Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of our resourcing opening conference. Just going to wait a few moments as people dial in or grab their cup of coffee or whatever it is. So we just kind of get yourselves comfortable. You may also want to just use the chat function just to say hello and say where you're from, and the topic of the morning is what the weather conditions are. So I'm Peter Woodward, I'm moderating based in the UK, and it is grey, cloudy and wet, and we have a storm coming, but it will be a wet one. So I can see the sun is shining in Egypt. There's a surprise. I think there is snow in Leipzig. There's a surprise. And obviously it's beautiful in Hamburg, as always. So we've got a variety. Oh, and snow in Oslo, so that's nice. And I dare say it's fairly warm in Dubai. So we've got a interesting selection of windows on the world already this morning. But do add in your greetings to everybody from where you're at. Sun shining in Joburg. Haha, fantastic. We've no idea what the weather is like in the Ukraine, but I'm sure it's probably similar to the weather we have. So we'll just give it just a few more moments for the early risers to get themselves onto the system. So I think Ukraine wins the award for the coldest place, -20 and snow. So just as we are setting up, just a reminder, you may just want to put your camera, turn your camera off and be on mute. We are using Zoom meetings so that we can interact through the chat and also use the breakout rooms, but it does mean that there is a risk people appear suddenly on screen. So we are encouraging everybody to just turn their cameras off and go on to mute. And then in the breakouts and discussions, we can all come back together again. So I think we will make a start because we have a very full agenda today, and no doubt people will be coming in and dropping out as the day progresses. Once again, just to introduce myself, I'm Peter Woodward. I'm an independent moderator with a passion for productive conversations that move us towards more sustainable development. So it's a great privilege for me to be part of this conversation over these 2 days and part of this project. Just a couple of words of housekeeping at the start. So if we can put the next slide up. Just to remind us all that if you can make sure that your camera is off and you are muted through the day, except when we're going into a couple of breakouts to have a chance of some conversation. So obviously you then unmute, and you can have the speaker on. We suggest that the speaker view is the best way of seeing who is talking and also seeing slides as they come up, and you can adjust the balance between slide and picture as you like, just by going to the sort of line between the two of those. And through the day, if you would either like to make a comment or ask a question via chat, you're welcome to do that. It's useful if you just say who you are and just say question or comment. That is really useful for us just to know where you're coming from. If there are any issues through the day, if you on the chat function want to either tap in Alexander Gruff or Noah Barriere, they will be around to help you on the chat function if you have a problem. So that's your position to connect with the organizing team here. So that's some logistics for now, and also to reinforce that the day's proceedings are being recorded and for use within the project. So we've got a very full agenda, as I said this morning. We've got 3 key sessions, building on yesterday, where we were looking at some of the front runners and the alliances, and also looking at the overall kind of framing of that journey towards responsible sourcing. We're obviously building on practice over the last few years, and the urgency and the significance of this agenda is clearly increasing by the hour, by the day. And through today's conference, we're looking at a couple of particular areas. One is that interplay between regulations and the work of policymakers and standards and codes being developed by industry and alliances of industry. So we're going to look at that interplay. We're also going to think about the significance of the whole financial and investment community in driving the shift towards more responsible sourcing. What are the levers, what's happening, and where is that whole drive taking us, and what more could be done to utilize that influence of responsible sourcing. And then a very important session at the end, we're really going to try and draw the strands together of some of the discussions we've had over the last 2 days, really to be thinking about what's this telling us, and kind of where do we go from here, and also informing on some of the work that the resourcing project will be doing during its 4-year period. So very full agenda. We've got a couple of breaks to allow you to have a little bit of refreshment, but hopefully we will find a lot of high value. Just a reminder that presentations with permission from speakers will be available after the conference, the PowerPoint presentations, and there will be an outcomes report. And also just a further reminder, do use the chat function if you feel there's a comment or an issue that it's important to note, because we will be taking note of all the chat as well as we go through. So that's the plan for the morning. What I'd like to do now is to take us into session 4, which is under the heading Regulations and Standards. And this really is a focus on that interplay between the whole policy setting that's taking place by international and national governments, regional, local in many respects as well, and the whole growth of standards, codes of practice, alliances that is taking place, often very much driven by business, and thinking, okay, these are two drivers of change towards responsible sourcing. Do they fit together? Do they work well? Are they mutually supportive, or is in fact is there tension, and that's an uncomfortable relationship? Just to start us off, we're going to take a risk, and we're going to see whether we'd like to just have a couple of um, polling questions to just get your take on this. So I'm hoping that coming up in the chat function now, there we are, it says, please follow this link for the polling. So we've got a couple of questions. So if you click on that link, you should come up with a polling question. And what we'd like you to do is just click on that link and answer the question. So the first question is, in your opinion, how effective is the current action on business standards stroke public policy for responsible sourcing in responding to the growing societal challenges we face? So you will know out there, we've got the challenge of climate change, we've got issues around inequality, you know, the raft of sustainability issues. What we'd like is your opinion on how effective current action through business standards and public policy is for responsible sourcing in responding to the growing societal challenges we face. And you can slide that slider along from the left-hand side, which says wholly ineffective. We're just not fit for purpose for the challenges that we are aware of, right through to wholly effective. We're fit for purpose. Obviously, there's more room for development, but yeah, we're there. You know, we're given the circumstances, we're doing everything that should and we could do. So I'll just give a moment or two for you to reflect on that. So how effective is the current action on business standards stroke public policy for responsible sourcing in responding to the growing societal challenges that we face? And the results are still coming in. So again, if it's confusing you, there's a link on chat, which you just click on in order to find that question. Okay. So I think what we will do is see whether we can see the result of that first poll. So if you could put that up for us, that would be great. So there we are, on a scale really kind of from 1 to 10. There's a feeling that we are a little bit somewhat behind. So we're not wholly ineffective, but we're not wholly effective. We're more towards the less effective. So we need to hold that in our thoughts as we go through to the discussions a little bit later on. Okay, what I'd like to do is to just go to our second polling question. So we're looking at that interplay between industry standards and public policy. So what's the best balance between industry standards and public policies on responsible sourcing in addressing societal challenges? So should it, yeah, you know, let industry work it out. They know what's going on. We'll have industry standards. They're the ones who are really trying to explore these issues and work out the right thing. So it should be, the balance really should be towards the whole raft of industry alliances and standards, through to at the other end, look, these are society issues. It should really be public policy making that are setting the requirements, the framework very clearly within which business should operate, bearing in mind the reality of the globe, that we are operating within, what do you sense would be the best balance between industry standards and public policies on responsible sourcing in addressing societal changes? So again, just click on that link for the polling and just move the cursor along to where you would like it to be. Just a moment or so for you to reflect, because this will also give us an indication of where we need to apply pressure and influence to get more happening. Okay, so I think, now again, if we can put the results up there. Right, so that's interesting. On that one, there's a sense that really there is a very significant role for the public government, public policy sphere to be right involved in this, in setting those policies and standards within which we operate. So interesting. So 4.1 for the first question and 6.7 for the other. Obviously, this is just a poll of those who've participated, so we shouldn't read too much into it. But I hope it might actually inform some of the conversation that is now going to take place. So we're going to develop this in two ways. I've got a couple of keynote presentations really to set the scene and to throw some thoughts into the pot. We're going to have an opportunity for you just to share some of your thoughts and experiences in breakout groups. And then I've got a panel who are going to discuss the issues that are arising in more detail. So I'm delighted this morning to be joined by Tyler Gillard from the OECD. And Tyler, great to have you with us. I know you were very much involved in developing the OECD due diligence guidance for responsible supply chains of minerals from conflict affected and high risk areas. You've been involved in this whole sphere for a considerable amount of time. So great to have you with us. Obviously, so many people look to OECD to be providing those frameworks. And just very interested to have your take on really how this whole scene is emerging and how those instruments, due diligence, etc., are developing and responding to the enormous increase in demand and challenges that we're all facing. So, Tyler, over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that introduction. Good morning, everybody. And, you know, judging by those polling results, particularly the first one, clearly we have our work cut out for us still. And I think that's not surprising when you look at the state of play. So yes, my name is Tyler Gillard. I lead our work on due diligence in the Responsible Business Conduct Center. And it's a real pleasure to speak to you today and actually take this opportunity to take a step back and reflect on the state of play and the role of standards and policies in driving responsible sourcing and getting at the outcomes that we all want. And I think it's important to take that look, and are we pushing in the same direction or are we pulling each other apart? You know, are we in a sort of wild jungle of standards and certification initiatives and drivers, or are we in a well-organized machine that's all driving in the same direction? I think in order to, you know, I don't know if I have all the answers to that for you today, and I don't have a PowerPoint. I just wanted to talk a little bit about my experience and my reflections. And in order to answer that question, I think it's important to first start off by looking at the drivers of responsible sourcing. And I know you spoke a little bit about that yesterday, but I want to look at this also from the angle of how do those drivers affect the various standards and policies that are emerging? And what dilemmas and trade-offs do we encounter when we're trying to reconcile those various drivers? When I look through the drivers and the state of play, we'll see that the state of play is a bit of a mess, but we do see some organization to it. And I'll finish talking then about what lessons have we learned from this whole journey that we've been on. So starting with the drivers, and as I said, it is important to reflect again on what is driving responsible sourcing in the mineral and metal supply chain space. And we see that there's really a diversity of drivers. You know, you have consumers, you have investors, you have mid and downstream markets, which might have their own objectives and aims. You have regulations, and you have politics, clearly. And each of those are pulling in slightly different ways. And that is really important when thinking about the state of play of standards and what we can do to reconcile it, because we are aiming at meeting the expectations of a number of different stakeholder groups, and you have communities in there as well. So when you look at consumers, of course, consumers themselves, you know, may not have a huge, high, and in-depth complex awareness of responsible sourcing challenges. Many consumers, particularly in OECD-based countries, particularly within the kind of millennial group, do hold a lot of value in responsible sourcing, but their awareness of the different challenges varies considerably. So if they've seen the movie Blood Diamond, they know about some of the issues around conflict, and particularly around diamonds. If they're following the Paris Agreement and the climate change, as many young consumers are, they're aware of the need to reduce emissions in global supply chains. But they don't really understand how this marks back to different metals or to different certification initiatives. And perhaps that's a good thing. Perhaps it's not really in the consumer's space to be making these calls. When you turn to the investors, another big driver of the work here, you see that they're also very much focused on, you know, long-term value in their portfolios and mitigating the financial or material risk to their portfolios in the first instance. They also might have social and economic objectives around climate, or in some cases about making a positive impact. When you look to mid and downstream markets, their drivers are going to be rather different in this space. They're going to be looking at price stability, about security of supply, and about managing reputational risk so that they can sell their goods onward to, you know, whether it's the car industry or it's the jewelry industry. And in the regulatory space, you see they're more concerned about combating crime, anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, sanctions as well as emerging regulations that we're seeing, and I think we're going to get into, and I'll get into in a little bit. So there's really a bit of a diversity and fragmentation. And I think what that means is that how those drivers affect regulations and policies means that we're going to have global benchmarks, and particularly government-backed benchmarks that are developed with those various stakeholder groups, play a key role in trying to reconcile those drivers, and trying to create a level playing field so that we're all speaking the same language. You know, I think about a little bit like making a recipe for making a pie. And in order to have a recipe that's a good recipe, we need to all agree on the measurements, that a teaspoon is a teaspoon. And we also all need to agree on the ingredients, that we're calling the ingredients the same things, that flour is this kind of flour and sugar is this kind of sugar. And then we need the recipe to make our perfect pie. I don't think we're at a space now where we have the perfect recipe, but I think we are at a space now where we're all speaking the same language around the ingredients and about our measurements. And that is a key necessary first step in order to push towards convergence and alignment on responsible sourcing standards. Now, when thinking about those drivers and the diversity of the drivers that are emerging and how that plays on standards, and whether we're going towards convergence or fragmentation, it's also important to think about some of the dilemmas that emerge and the trade-offs that are emerged. Now, when thinking about responsible sourcing, we are all aiming for win-win approaches. Of course, approaches that work for consumers, that work for producers, that work for business, that work for communities on the ground, that work for governments. And many times that might be possible. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that sometimes trade-offs and dilemmas really do exist, that there are things that businesses need to prioritize, and that might come at a cost of something else, which is a priority for a different stakeholder or group or one of those drivers themselves. So, of course, when you're looking at sourcing from artisanal and small-scale miners, you have on the one hand the dilemma that sourcing from these miners, largely informal group, might mean that they are more susceptible and vulnerable to risks like child labor, exploitation from criminal groups or armed groups on the ground, serious health and safety conditions. On the other hand, sourcing from artisanal miners gives major opportunities for impact investing. It also gives purely business opportunities for as a swing producer or as a spot market for different metals. So that's a dilemma. That's a trade-off. Are you looking to meet the demands of investors or consumers that want to make a positive impact on livelihoods and support tens of millions of workers, poor people working on the ground? Or are you wanting to provide a guarantee that no product is associated with child labor 100%? And is that even possible? So that's a dilemma. That's a real trade-off. When you're looking at sourcing from large-scale industrial mines, or you're thinking about recycled mines, it's a similar trade-off. Are we looking to source new material, or are we gonna, which has its own risks around water use, health and safety, impact on the environment and communities? Or are we gonna source purely recycled material, which brings its own raft of risks around chemical use and leaching in the recycling process? These are not easy questions. And I guess I start with all this because my point really is that global benchmarks, so globally agreed frameworks, really help to resolve and reconcile these dilemmas and trade-offs. If they're done well, and that's a big if they're developed with business and with communities, stakeholders, consumers, and governments, they should help to bring some clarity so that we all have the same understanding of the ingredients and the measurements behind the perfect responsible sourcing pie. And of course, a big element of how to reconcile those dilemmas is about transparency and public reporting, about making sure that when those trade-offs are made, that they're very clearly reported out to the various users of that information. So with that understanding, where do I see the state of play of standards and certification initiatives? You see that we have global benchmarks, which are sort of the government-backed, intergovernmental-backed standards like the EITI initiative, like perhaps the voluntary principles on security and human rights, like the OECD due diligence guidance. That's sort of one layer. Then you have various industry and multi-stakeholder standards. That's kind of a little layer. And those standards are sort of often private sector driven, but really aim to implement some of those global benchmarks or global conventions and rules. And sitting alongside that is regulatory space. So those trio of global benchmarks, standards, and regulations have changed dramatically in this space in the last 10 years. Before 2010, you would be hard pressed to see specific supply chain legislation and specific dedicated industry or multi-stakeholder initiatives dedicated to responsible supply chains of metals. I think if you look back pre-2010, you have issues like, of course, the responsible mining world, which had been evolving for a number of years, like I work around the ICMM, World Gold Council, and even the Responsible Jewelry Council, really an innovator in this space. But you didn't really have a global understanding of how producers, processors, and consumers cooperate. What is their shared responsibility in order to drive responsible sourcing and production on the ground? And I think, of course, I'm biased, but at the OECD, that is a space and an area that we really filled quite early on. In 2010, we began work focusing on developing a global framework for responsible sourcing of metals from conflict-affected and high-risk areas. Now, that latter point is important because the OECD's first impetus for working on this was looking at issues around serious risks, the most severe risks that you would find in conflict areas. So whether that's conflict financing, severe, serious human rights abuses, serious financial crime like money laundering, terrorist financing, or bribery. So the driver for the work at the OECD was this kind of narrow risk scope, and it really came out of Central Africa. But we were the first place to set a global benchmark that was developed with industry, with civil society, and then endorsed by governments worldwide. And I think coming first in that respect really helped. Now, that wasn't important enough just to develop that global benchmark. In order for it to be implemented, we needed regulation. Regulation in the form of Section 1502 of the Dodd-Frank Act, which really focuses on Central Africa and conflict, but nonetheless provided a huge impetus for downstream industry to come to the table and agree to work with midstream producers and upstream producers and agree on a common language, which was at that point the OECD framework. So there is this major interplay. And since 2010, we have seen an explosion of supply chain initiatives, both focused on the metal sector, but also generically. And that is being coupled with an explosion of global benchmarks that are government backed, notably that non-sector specific. We have the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, and we have OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, general codes of conduct for business, not sector specific. And we have this huge plethora of certification initiatives since 2010 that are being adopted or being developed. Some that are focused on auditing choke points in that supply chain, so metal producers, like the Responsible Mineral Initiative, like the London Bullion Market Association's Responsible Gold program, like the Dubai Multi-Commodity Center gold program, really focused at looking at that choke point in the supply chain and making sure they're sourcing correctly. But you also have initiatives that are trying to certify mines and entities at each point in the supply chain, from the mine to consumers, and create a sort of chain of trust all the way to consumers, so every entity is certified. The OECD, of course, our approach tends to focus on dividing the upstream between the supply chain between upstream and downstream. Upstream being from mine to refiner, and then downstream being all the users of the metals. And each of those bodies having different and reinforcing responsibilities. So when looking at the state of play, are we in a jungle or are we in a well-oiled machine? And what are some of the lessons that we've learned? Well, as I said, there is a major increase in regulations and expectations now. A lot of this has galvanized around the OECD due diligence framework as the sort of the foundational benchmark, but many understandably are also going beyond the OECD framework. And that makes sense. And I think from the OECD's perspective, we see the OECD due diligence framework as really a floor, not a ceiling for initiatives. And that it really is a starting point to help companies that are downstream deal with those dilemmas and prioritize. But it is definitely not the end of the journey for responsible sourcing. And as we at the OECD roll out our framework to other metals, and as we try to push it out, we see that we are constantly grappled with the challenges of ensuring flexibility for different industries to find their own solutions and consistency globally. And that consistency is critical because of the different drivers that I started speaking about. We need to have a language where we can talk to each of those groups. But also just because downstream markets don't think in terms of, aluminum and steel and tin and gold. If you're a downstream user and a heavy manufacturer of metals, you need a common language for everything. So I think where we are now is that we are still on that journey. And a big challenge of that journey is not so much in the technical standards, are they fit for purpose? Because in our experience, when trying to now grow the implementation of the OECD framework to issues like new metals, like base metals, what we've seen is not so much that they're not fit for purpose. Generally they are, but that there's a lot of work to be done in building ownership and understanding amongst the community and that metal community. Every time we start a new metal, we need to start at the same conversation of trying to raise awareness and understand the challenges that that metal faces, but more importantly, help them build ownership in the process so that they can implement it. The most perfect solution, if it's not owned from the ground up, from those that are implementing it, won't work. And I think that's still where we are now. In my view, the frameworks we have, the standards we have, are fit for purpose for a range of different metals. But we still have a major challenge ahead of us in terms of raising awareness and building that ownership amongst different metal communities so that they can understand and actually implement and take this forward. Also, I think one thing that's important to bear in mind when thinking about where we are now is the politicization of this place. When I started this work 15 years ago, the metals industry wasn't as politicized as it is today. And that's partially because we recognize the importance of sourcing of metals for the transition. And I think obviously with the Paris Agreement, the world, including financial markets, has come to realize that the crisis ahead of us in terms of climate will require massive upscaling of mining and metal production. This has put a lot of political pressure on critical materials. And this has also created a geopolitical environment where trade discussions are not always easily reconciled at a very technical level. So I think I've come to the end of my 15 minutes. The state of play is that we are in still a little bit of a jungle, but I think we're speaking the same language. We have a common language for communicating between producing, processing, and consuming countries. Different metals are operating at different speeds still. There's a long history of responsible mining that we still need to connect with the supply chain aspect. And I think we are just on that journey. And, you know, Peter, I really look forward to hearing from the panel and also to taking some of these lessons back to the OECD ourselves to see what can we do better. And I want to hear from other panelists in order to help support this convergence and alignment and avoid further fragmentation. So I look forward to the remarks, and I hope that was helpful in setting the scene. And thank you very much, everybody.
Tyler, that's really great. Thank you very much. A great introduction. And I think that's going to stimulate a lot of discussion among our participants and the panels. And I think you rightly highlight that this is a pivotal moment. Suddenly there's this rush, both of demand to do the right thing and demand for more metal, but also increased transparency and how we work our way through those various dilemmas. So I'll certainly open up some of those conversations in the panel. What we'd like to do is just add in a case study from one of those alliances that is trying to get standards organized within a sector. And I'm delighted that we're joined this morning by Fiona Solomon, who's CEO of the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative. Aluminium, one of the great success stories in terms of reuse in many respects. So it fits gloriously into every conversation about circular economy, but we are still have a huge demand for new metal. So Fiona, great to have you with us, and just be very interested to hear a little bit about the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative, and also your take on the kind of state of play and maybe some of the issues and messages we need to be wrestling with as we try and take responsible sourcing forwards. Over to you, Fiona.
Thanks, Peter. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all and to have the opportunity to talk about the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative, or ASI. Next slide. I don't have control. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the first point to make about ASI is that we do cover the whole aluminium value chain. I think Tyler gave us a great kind of sense of some of those variables and dynamics, and a really key point for ASI is the complexity and the number of steps in the supply chain, and the fact that our standards cover all of those. So for those who aren't familiar, if you're starting with mined material, you start with bauxite mining, you take that through a refining process to produce alumina, or white powder. That then goes through an electrolysis process where the aluminium is smelted as primary metal. And that metal then goes into semi-fabrication stages, which produce certain standardized kind of products like rolled or extruded or cast products that go into specific manufacturing routes for different product and sector applications, ranging from automotive, building, construction and infrastructure, packaging, different kinds of consumer goods, and so on. And at the end of those lives of those various products, which might be as short as 6 weeks for an aluminium can to 100 years in a building, we want to obviously maximize the collection of that scrap to support the circular economy principle. So scrap collection, refining and remelting of that scrap so it can start a new life as other aluminium products that are useful for us as society. Next slide, thanks. So ASI's vision is to maximise the contribution of aluminium to a sustainable society. We aim to do that through our certification program primarily, which seeks to recognise and collaboratively foster responsible production, responsible sourcing and stewardship of aluminium through the whole supply chain. Next. So a brief history on ASI can really be divided into 3 stages. First, a multi-stakeholder group came together to ask what could or should be done in this space of responsible aluminium. The second stage, which was hosted under the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, was really asking, is it possible to build multi-stakeholder consensus on what responsible aluminium is, what everybody's responsibility is through the supply chain? And then the third stage was really, let's go, let's make it happen. And that's where I joined in 2015, and we set to work formalizing the governance, which is a really important part of these programs, the design of the certification program itself, rolled out the operations and built momentum and uptake. So now, where we're in January 2021, we have more than 150 members through the supply chain and across our different membership classes, more than 100 certifications, and a really strong feeling of momentum, which is terrific. Next, thanks. So I'll explain a little bit about our 6 classes of membership. We have 2 classes. You heard Tyler talk about upstream and downstream. Our upstream is really our production and transformation membership class, and our downstream is what we call industrial users. And companies that join in those classes must seek certification for at least some part of their business against our performance standard within 2 years of joining ASI. We also have as full members civil society organisations. So those 3 classes represent our full members that can nominate to our board and to our standards committee. We also have associate members, which include industry associations, wherever they are or whatever they represent, but with an interest in aluminium. We have downstream supporters, which could be industrial users, but they're perhaps not yet ready to seek certification. They might be seeking to understand a little bit better what ASI is about. They might be working with their supply chain to put supply in place before they take the step themselves at the end of the supply chain as a downstream user towards certification. And then we have a kind of a catch-all category around general supporters. And we've had quite a lot of organisations like trading companies and so on joining in that space. And ASI, we talked a little bit about regulation, industry standards, policy standards. We are a multi-stakeholder organisation. We're a voluntary standard system. So members join voluntarily, even if they, join within the certifying classes, that's a voluntary decision. But once they join, obviously there's this minimum commitment that's in place. We also have a chain of custody standard, which is voluntary, but we're finding that the uptake of that is really good. And we have no plans to make it more mandatory than what it is. I think Tyler laid out really well that standard systems are ultimately not regulators, but they both have complementary roles to play. We can support where public policy, where international benchmarks are in place, and play that really implementing role. And by demonstrating value, by demonstrating impact, that's the way in which scale can be built to serve a multiple of stakeholder expectations. Next slide, thanks. Okay, so on our website, we maintain a list of different kind of data that's available on some key outcomes that we're tracking. This data is from mid-December. And just a few points out of that, obviously you can have a look at more what's there, but you can get a sense of, so far we've had 74 certifications issued against the performance standard, 28 against the chain of custody standard. We've had more since this data was published. And an interesting point, again, drawing on from Tyler's point around how we find those connection points between different programs, we have found that 92% of our performance standard certifications leverage one or more other certifications. Usually these are ISO standards, but the key point really is that programs like ASI can draw in, other programs and seek to add value, connect those together, particularly for organizations that are vertically integrated in the supply chain, and really go beyond like a single issue or a single sector or a single supply chain moment or activity to connect that piece within a supply chain context. Next, thanks. So this slide shows the distribution of some of the certifications that we've got through till November last year, through those supply chain stages that we looked at the start. That distribution is really solid and pleasing from our point, and it shows not just with the spread that we've got, but also that we're finding companies that certify keep adding in new facilities. They expand the scope of what they have. They add in chain of custody. And that demonstrates to us that they're finding value in ASI. And the kind of value or benefits that they find might be related to actual practice improvements and practical changes that they're making at a site or corporate level. Perhaps market access, reputation is certainly one, and also meeting customer and, of course, regulatory requirements. So in reflection, if I think about what are some of the success factors for ASI, I think that would be that we've been proactive rather than reactive in setting up the program in the first place. There wasn't a crisis or a blood diamonds kind of analogy, as Tyler mentioned in his presentation, but instead just the open question about how can aluminium contribute? What is responsibility and sustainability in the context of this commodity? We were multi-stakeholder governance from inception. I think the whole of supply chain approach is powerful, and it really supports and triggers that B2B drivers. By having a focus on aluminium through that supply chain, we are tailored to the key risks and the materiality for aluminium. We take a really rigorous approach to program development. On one of the earlier slides, it mentioned that we're a full member of the ICL Alliance, for example, so we comply with their codes for good practice on standard setting, assurance, and impacts, and so on. We have always taken a focus on innovation, and particular through investment in digital tools. So we've tried to make sure that our online assurance platform, Elemental, and our online learning platform, Educational, can really scale and support those, in a variety of places. And that's been particularly important, obviously, with the last 12 months with the pandemic. Next, thank you. So let's reflect a little bit on this responsible sourcing question, and I feel that I'm ending up echoing Tyler a little bit here. There are many dimensions to this question. If we think first around communities and consumers, there's questions around, at a local level, at a mining level, is there an equitable distribution of impact and benefit? If we're thinking about circular economy questions, we're really asking what's the right material choice here for an application? How do we take a life cycle view and make sure that we support the circularity, particularly of metal? And from a consumer point of view, we've introduced within ASI an on-product logo under a chain of custody standard. And since I'm a practice example, I actually have an actual practical example on an aseptic carton here. But consumer drivers for both product choice and packaging are another interesting dimension. None of these are the sole driver, but they're all part of that picture. And I have some more on the next slide as well. We also have the markets and the investment and the regulatory side. Tyler talked about the OECD due diligence guidance that work within kind of conflict mineral space, if you like, started with that focus on tin, tungsten, tantalum and gold, or 3TG, and OECD and others are increasingly doing work about expanding that out to other metals, and aluminium has had that within its standard, but we're now in the standards revision we're doing at the moment, looking to more closely align with that. As part of, for example, the LME, setting out their responsible sourcing requirements for their LME listed brands. And of course, for aluminium, a really big issue is greenhouse gas intensity, particularly for the energy intensive smelting stage. There are low carbon claims, there's low carbon trading platforms emerging, there's massive investment that's needed to decarbonise generally. Aluminium has a role to play in things like electricity generation, solar generation, a whole range of the technologies that can be there. There's technology investment in the smelting process itself that needs to happen, and obviously at a national and a grid level as well. So next slide. So the key I sort of wanted to end on there is really the importance of taking a comprehensive approach. So ASI aims to focus on a really wide range of sustainability issues. Carbon intensity, for example, is getting a lot of focus within aluminium, but it's not the only sustainability challenge for this metal. And addressing one issue in isolation can have unintended consequences. For example, perhaps people would say, well, let's make sure we locate everything next to hydropower or develop new hydropower developments, but that can of course result in resettlement of Indigenous peoples and other kinds of environmental impacts. I think the other piece around ASI, because we're one commodity feeding into such a wide variety of downstream use applications, there's some really interesting opportunities for multi-industry learning, particularly on things like recycling strategies, emissions reductions, life cycle assessments, human rights, due diligence approaches, and so on. And we have a number of active working groups that are exploring those spaces and sharing learnings across sectors and across with NGO input as well. So my last slide, and hopefully I've kept to my 10 minutes. Thanking you. So there's heaps more on our website to find out more about us, but in summary, we believe we've got a really robust program, that the whole of supply chain approach is really key. We've got this strong momentum and we expect this to be another big year for us as well. We're doing a major standards revision at the moment. It started last year and we'll be doing a couple of big consultation periods this year. So I encourage anyone who's interested in the content of our standard or have certain views on things that should be achieved to take the opportunity to contribute to those revision processes and to those public comment periods. And yeah, we really are looking to have that impact through implementation and to kind of work together at where these interstitial spaces between public policy, regulatory, the industry and multi-stakeholder standard space can really feed off each other and reinforce each other. So I'll leave it there and look forward to further discussion in the panel session. Thanks, Peter.
Fiona, thank you very much. A very clear picture of what's developed over a number of years as a very comprehensive approach. And Fiona, we'd like you to join us on our panel in a few moments as we really try to explore some of those issues further, really about that balance between regulation and standards, and also the pace of evolution of this as the growing spotlight on responsible sourcing really intensifies. So thank you very much.
Pleasure.
What I'd like to do is, in order to feed our panel, which we've got a mixed stakeholder panel to discuss some of these issues, but in the spirit of resourcing, we really want this network to be having conversations themselves and feeding thoughts in. So what we're going to do is invite you to join a short breakout group. So we'd expect 7 people randomly distributed in breakout groups. And this really is a chance for you to share some of your experiences with others. So the way it will happen is very simple. Once we're going to randomly allocate you into a group of about 7 people, might be fewer, depends, we'll see what happens. If you unmute and turn on your camera, just do a brief round of introductions. And then we'd like you to really just share your own perspectives, experiences on this topic of that interplay between mandatory public policy and voluntary business standards. What issues are working in your mind? What experience do you bring? And what we'd really like is for that to fuel the panel discussion that will come up afterwards. So at the end of your conversation, we'd like you to choose somebody who's going to write a key insight or a question for the panel to discuss through afterwards. So we're driven by the experience and intelligence of our participants. So we're going to break into those groups now, and you've got 15 minutes for that discussion. Please hang on in there and do join in, whatever your level of experience. It's good for you to be unmuted and turn your camera on so you can be part of that conversation. And we'll see you back in 15 minutes time, and then I'll open up the panel discussion. So breakout groups will commence now.
Hello.
Hello.
have been in one of the breakout groups, if you can make sure you turn off your camera and you're muted. And if you're the person who's been nominated to feedback a question or a comment to the panel discussion, then if you can please make something succinct in the chat section, and then we will come on to you fairly shortly. We've got about 40 minutes for some further discussion, so hope that will very much be nourished by the breakout discussions. The breakouts are an experiment. We're all learning on Zoom and other platforms as to whether this really offers the chance of some interchange or whether it's an annoyance, and I'm sure you'll be able to give some feedback at the end of this conference. So I'd like to introduce our panel for some further conversation. Tyler and Fiona are rejoining us, so great to have you as part of the conversation. And also would just like to introduce Rebecca Burton. Rebecca is from the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, so is very much connected into this subject area. Great to have you with us, Rebecca. Bryce Lee is Director of CSR at Huayu Cobalt, I'm very much involved in the Chinese responsible cobalt process, so great to have you with us this morning, Bryce. And we also have Tobias Persson, who's a Senior Advisor in the Swedish Governmental Agency for Growth Policy Analysis, and is very much looking at how the Swedish government can play its role particularly in issues of traceability and labeling of sustainable metals and materials. So we've got a great panel here. Thank you all very much for joining us. What I'd like to do is to really come to our three panelists who've not yet said something, really to offer maybe some initial thoughts into the pot. So our conversation is around this interplay between public policy and business standards in taking us towards responsible sourcing. Is that balanced right? How do we make that work in the most effective way? And perhaps layer onto that is it feels that we are at an incredibly significant moment. We've never been more aware of the challenges that are facing us all. There's never been more in census transparency with the digital world of what's going on out there. So interested also in that sense of whether we are fit for purpose as we move forward. But maybe just some initial comments. Rebecca, if I could come to you first, what's your take on the conversation so far and your sense of this interplay?
Well, I hope it's okay, simply because Irma has been spoken of throughout the conference thus far in a couple of ways, and I think there are likely some in the audience who are unfamiliar with what we do. So before I answer your question, Peter, I hope it's okay if I just introduce us very quickly. So first I'll introduce myself. I'm the Director of Communications and Corporate Engagement at Irma. We were founded back in 2006. So just like Tyler spoke about in his opening remarks, at that time, there wasn't necessarily a global understanding of shared responsibility vis-a-vis the mining sector. And so civil society was asking purchasers, please source responsibly when it comes to mining. And purchasers said, okay, we will, but where and how do we know if it's responsible? And there was sort of a looking around and realizing that actually a definition for what it means to mine responsibly had not necessarily been set yet at that time. And so what Irma did is it brought 5 stakeholder groups around the table. So that's mining, purchasing, labor, communities, and civil society, nonprofit groups, to define what it means to mine responsibly for all minerals and metals. And I'll actually draw on Tyler's pie analogy. I think it was a really good one. It actually took us 10 years to make Irma's pie, first to understand what were the ingredients, what needs to be covered. Labor, of course, needs to be there, but also noise, for example, water, waste, basically deciding what are all of the issues related to mining that need to be covered. Then how do you measure it? How do you actually assess if the practice is responsible? And that's where IRMA developed very specific and detailed requirements. And then finally, you get the recipe. And that's ultimately what I would say the standard is. It lays out best practices, which actually has been referenced by mining companies as a guidebook on how to improve. And so IRMA, ultimately, what came out of this 10-year process of working together, of creating this multi-stakeholder definition of what it means to mine responsibly, is that you have the most high bar standard that meets the expectation of NGOs and communities, while also being practicable, given that mining was at the table in its development. Again, it applies to all mines materials, and it covers all issues related to mining and offers equal stakeholder governance. And then I'll just say one final thing in terms of IRMA, because there's so much emphasis and focus on transparency, is that it really offers a level of transparency that hasn't yet been seen in the sector. So when an audit is going to happen, it's publicly noticed. We also do outreach to communities and organizations near the mine so that they can weigh in on an audit. And then the report that comes out is about 100 pages that details how the mine actually performed against each of the requirements in the standard. So it's really this insight into mine performance that we haven't yet seen before. And so what I want to say in terms of sort of the conversation, Peter, coming to your question, is that I think that this idea of just, let's look at, I'll just talk about OECD, for example, because we've already had a conversation about that and due diligence. And with Tyler saying OECD is just at the beginning, and it's sort of just asking companies, look at your supply chains, understand what's going on. And what I'll say is, it actually is effective. That ask is effective, because what we're seeing from our side, because we're a voluntary standard that ultimately is providing market value for mines to improve, what we're seeing is purchasers, those who use mined materials, are using that due diligence that is expected of them to look and really understand where are the biggest risks. And so when we're looking at IRMA, the mines that are coming into the system, the mining companies that are coming into the system, aren't necessarily the best performers that just want to come and say, look how well we're doing. It's actually some who have had more challenging reputational issues in the past. And so I would just say we're seeing that from a market level, just how effective it has been. So I'll just leave with that and look forward to more conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to bring the other two panelists in before I then open up some of these issues. I come to you next, Tobias. So you're supporting and advising government in thinking about how they can introduce, particularly around traceability and labeling of sustainable metals and minerals. I mean, in Sweden, really strong emphasis and drive towards this. Just interested in your take on how this whole area is developing, and particularly the role that we're seeing from national governments in trying to drive forward the move towards responsible sourcing. So great to have you with us, Tobias. Few words from yourself.
Thank you, Peter, and I'm pleased to be invited to this conference. And also thanks, Tyler and Fiona, for the excellent presentation. It's much easier for me to have this talk. And of course, as we can see from this conference, we can see that responsible sources is under rapid development, and not least in my experience is that it's made possible also by modern IT solutions that enable monitoring of information or supply chains. It can be cloud computing or blockchain or so on. And my experience from the government side, and one of the biggest challenges is the risk of actually greenwashing, that incorrect or biased information is stuffed into these IT systems. And crucial point is what is sustainable, and to define that is very difficult, as it is subject to assumptions and values are needed. And I agree with Tyler that we have a common language around the framework of this system, but when you come into the details of how to define, for example, the carbon footprint, of how it shall be calculated, we don't agree. and a lot of money involved in that task. And also regarding the cycling and the use of metals, you have different methods to do that, which is difficult to agree with, but also can be how to make the trade-off between an investment reducing carbon mitigation, but have negative impact on biodiversity, which also is what you put into the system, which is very difficult. And of course, it's a lot of money involved in this business. So it's a great risk of rent seeking that companies and states have special interests and try to influence the process of standard and regulation. And this can, of course, be interpreted as mentioned yesterday, the power dynamics of this to get a level field. And based on my own work to deal with these difficulties with rent seeking, I think 3 measures is very important to bring in. And the first is the objective market analysis, that we have public available analysis that identify critical assumptions and how this can be affected by rent seeking and greenwashing. And secondly, there's also need of objective and transparent auditing of companies' sustainability work, and especially in a supply chain perspective, because normally what I have seen is that the branding company put demands on their supply, but after the first supplier, this requirement disappears. So it don't follow down to the supply chain. And this can also include the financial support to the research project actually dealing with to examine the sustainability transition of supply chains and mines, and for that sake also the process industry. And finally, I think it's also important to include small or medium-sized firms and also small stakeholders into the development of standards and certification system, because they often don't have the resources to spend and be involved in this, so they are neglected their interests. So that's my final recommendation to do when you come from the business side, for the government side, at least when dealing with these issues.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to draw some of those out in a moment, but I'm just going to bring Bryce Lee in from Huayou Cobalt. Great to have you with us this morning, Bryce. Again, just if you want to put a couple of thoughts into the space, and then we'll develop some discussion and flow. But you're obviously involved in the responsible Chinese responsible cobalt process. Just interested in your take on that interplay between government regulation and policies and business-led initiatives and standards. Over to you, Bryce.
Thank you so much, Peter. I just want to say hello to many of my old friends like Tyler. How are you? Mm-hmm. Hopefully you keep negative during the COVID-19 tests. So just briefly, I think I'm from the company side. So regarding policies and requirements, I just want to say I'm not against you. I just want to follow your regulations and recommendations. Then I just want to tell you, in reality, when we're trying to follow those guidances, what are the challenges we have, right? We are commercial side. And also, I just want to say hello to Rebecca from ELMA. We have a lot of conversations with your standards because we want to implement it into our mine sites. So number one, I think a lot of people told us artisanal mining shouldn't be shouldn't be under discrimination. But what is the reality? We have already heard a lot of specific, clear requests from our downstreams, big ones. No ASM cobalt, please. And also some people, they told us, whatever we do, just no ASM. So as I'm saying, the guidance are guidance, but when it goes to realities, it's different. And I think the guidance shouldn't be only like regulations for companies, but also all stakeholders. I think, for example, the governments, relevant governments, and association, and NGOs, especially media. I think media play a lot of important roles in this work. If they say so, a lot of people knew because they are very public. But when they say, "Oh, give wrong comments," how we can fight against it? So this is my first comment. The principles and guidance with the realities. That's a little bit the gap. But secondly, I just want to say, I think the guidance is, don't mistaken Huawei cobalt, for example, we are the biggest cobalt producers in the world. We supply 45% of cobalt relevant materials in China and 20% globally. So our clients and Tesla and Volkswagen, all these big firms, including Apple, Huawei, everybody using lithium-ion batteries will probably using our cobalt. But as a company, when we want to say we want to follow responsible sourcing, we have the full commitment. My high level, my CEO said so. But when it goes to the detailed work, I think we do need specific standards with relevant tools. So my CEO can, for example, at the end of the year, they can evaluate my work to say so whether Bryce have done a good job or not. So otherwise they cannot. For a company, we cannot say we just want to go this direction without a specific target and also the tools to evaluate our work. So this is my second painful things. So Peter, that's exactly the reason why Huawei Cobalt, as the vice chairman, we co-founded the Responsible Cobalt Initiative, RCI in China. So that's the full name. We hopefully we can develop industrial levels of standards and relevant tools for us to follow. So the next one is, as we can see, Huawei representing upstream and even middle stream. So we supply to downstreams. In our daily operations, the requests always come from downstreams, as you can see. But I think sometimes even the downstreams, sometimes, for my knowledge, they have wrong policies and wrong request, which is against our policies, but I still have to follow. This is also my pain point. I think we do need a grievance mechanism or even arbitration mechanism. So where we can find a judge to say this company, their request is not right. My policy is better. There's no way I can find this place. So all these, I do have thousands of small comments and ideas. I just want to stop here, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Peter.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I think what I want to do is try and open this up as a conversation. So if you want to chip in with something at any point, just among our panelists, just put a hand up, and I'll bring you in. So rather than a sort of linear, if we can have a conversation, that's good. From everything that's been said, I mean, I just wanted to throw an initial thought in, and it's coming also from one of the breakout groups. In a sense, we're growing up here. You know, a number of years ago, you know, setting standards for responsible sourcing was quite a new thing. We've sort of, you know, that has developed. But in the early days, it was maybe, you know, we had ambitious ideas and somewhat opaque guidance. Now we're realizing that really to get good policy, good standards takes an awful lot of time and thought and stakeholder engagement. And I'd just be interested, I'll go to the first person who puts that hand up. I mean, the process of putting together appropriate standards or policies that are fit for purpose really takes time. It takes a multi-stakeholder approach. I just ask a question of whether you think, are we grown up enough and are we investing enough in really doing that job properly? Or or are we sort of just doing enough to get away with it at the moment? Who'd like to respond to that? Rebecca, come to you, and then Fiona.
Just finding my unmute button here. I mean, yes, Peter, given the extensive time that we took, I mean, the reason that it took so long was, one, we had to, like I said, first see what are all of the issues that we were going to look at. And then as we went through, I'll be honest, there were particular issues that we ended up calling sticky issues, because they seem so entrenched in terms of how do you really bring together stakeholders to agree on what is best practice. And when you have a multi-stakeholder process, what you're always trying to balance is moving beyond the status quo to actually doing better. And on the other hand, also being practicable at the actual mine level. This has to be something that on a business level can also make sense. And so bringing those two together, so just to extrapolate on what the issues were, I mean, water and waste were two where we actually we had our board, but then we also had actual experts come in and really sit down together for hours at a time and to say, this is what it actually means to mine responsibly in a way that, again, pushes us to a better level, but is also something that a mine can actually achieve. And so, yes, I would say that in terms of actually defining the standards, I think this goes a little bit, Tyler, to what you said in terms of sort of the ingredients are there. I think there is some agreement on what it actually means to do these things responsibly. And so now it just comes down to the actual implementation, measuring, that type of thing. But I'll leave it to my colleagues to add more.
Fiona, and you may actually all want to stay unmuted if you want. We'll see if suddenly a dog starts barking, you can meet. But Fiona, again, a response to that challenge. We're not really fit for purpose in terms of what genuine stakeholder engagement in really developing quality standards around responsible sourcing. What's your response to that?
I mean, I think there's a spectrum of approaches to standard setting, some of which are more robust, some of which are more multi-stakeholder, some of which are less so or are driven by speed. I've been involved in many standard setting processes. I've been involved in the OECD one with Tyler. I've been involved in the Responsible Jewelry Council around gold. I was even involved in a mining one pre-IRMA that actually led to IRMA, led by WWF out of Australia. So all of those processes, it depends on the range of stakeholders at the table, the breadth of the issues, the depth of the issues, and the principles and the governance around those decision-making processes as well. So, what emphasis is built on consensus building versus more rapid decision-making, and they can have different weight depending on the kind of timescales and the urgency of the things that are being addressed. So, I agree that the standard setting is an important piece. If you're talking about standards programs or certification programs, or even the work that OECD have done, there's the standard piece, but there's also the assurance, which is really important. And of course, the bigger question is, are we creating change? Are we having an impact? And so, under ISEAL frameworks, for example, they're the three parts of the standard setting process. And if you spend heaps of time on standards, but you do a not great job on assurance, or you're not really having an eye on whether you're actually something's happening out of that, then you're unanchored and unbalanced, in terms of what you're trying to achieve.
Okay, I'll bring in Tyler and then Tobias.
Thanks. I think good questions and also great stuff coming up in the chat as well. I would say, first of all, I think we have to really differentiate between, and I tried to in my remarks, but I think when we have global benchmarks, it's very different than like an implementable, auditable standard that people can assure themselves against. And I think you need a bit of both. I think you need, and obviously I'm biased because we've come from a process where, I think we've managed to push this out there. But, the OECD guidance it is general, and it is kind of at a higher level of extrapolation. It kind of put in place the what of responsible sourcing, but doesn't prescribe one how. It doesn't say exactly how you get there. It says, this is the information that's important to pass on to a downstream provider, but it doesn't say how you collect that, because we really believe that it's up to the different standards that are being developed that are fit for purpose in either a different geography or for different metals to develop that how. And that is going to be an iterative and dynamic, ongoing process. I mean, I think if we're all fooling ourselves that we're going to be sitting around all holding hands, singing Kumbaya, agreeing on all the same stuff, that's impossible. We have a diversity and heterogeneous drivers and stakeholders that we're trying to meet. So what we need to have is the processes in place for dialogue and discussion. We need the global benchmarks that provide an orientation, but then we need the actual implementing standards that are and the dynamic interplay between the implementers and the benchmarks and the communities that are affected. And that is always going to be a process. It's never going to be perfect. The world's not perfect. Supply chains are by far not perfect, and due diligence is never going to be 100%, give you a 100% guarantee of responsible sourcing. And I think we need to think about also like the behavioral dynamics and insights here. And there's a difference between alignment and convergence. And we really focus on that nuance quite a lot, because we think that the various different standards can align with the global benchmarks, but it's extremely unlikely that the whole market is going to converge around one standard to implement, because people have sunk costs, they have confirmation bias, they have the desire to be socially cohesive with their peers and therefore follow what their peers are doing. And all of those things mean there's going to be a multiplicity of implementing standards. That is okay. That's good. But we need alignment with the global benchmarks and a constant process to reflect on, are we doing the right thing? Are we having the impact that we are? And we're not there yet, but I think we have those dialogue platforms and we have those communication lines emerging.
Right, okay. Tobias, bring you in on this one.
I will be rather short, but I think it's important to also mention that, of course, it shall take time and will take time. But sometimes I also will say that, at least from politics, it's all about timing. When can you introduce the new policy measures? And I'm a regulator commonly from the state side, but of course, this can be without so much of any evidence that we actually don't understand how the downstream and upstream are affected by these new measures. That we don't have the exercise, but it was time. It was the right time to introduce new policy measures, and that also creates difficulties and challenges, which makes it more difficult to align or get consensus in standards and regulations. So it takes time, most of the times.
Let's hope we have time. And Bryce, you wanted to come in on this as well, yeah?
Yes, I just want to say, in my eyes, I joined this responsible sourcing team back to 2016. At the beginning, very, very, very few upstream companies, especially Chinese firms, really into this conversation. But these days, we can say from OECD, from Tyler, we have you can see more Asian faces, especially from China, to talk about these topics. I think this is the first one, awareness rising. The second thing's about like without upstreams, so then the conversation is not fair. So that's one of the major things RCI was going to talk about, like under the OECD guidances. So we're trying to talk about standards, which is fair and applicable and also realistic for both the upstream and the downstream. So, and also we talk about transparency, not only transparency to upstreams, but also downstreams. You also have to be transparent. So we're having kind of like a fair conversations like that. And I agree with Tobias, this takes time, but also we need the right approach. I see the hopes, but also the companies like us, we are having a commitment, but we do need a fair table with all the participators on the table. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I just want to explore this one step further forward. Well, Fiona, you were going to come back. I like your conversation.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Conversation, yes. I just wanted to follow on from Bryce and the point about China. We know that so much of metal production is in China for aluminium. More than half of the world's aluminium is produced and used in China. And we've done a lot of work in outreach in China so that they are part of that conversation. A third of our upstream members are China-based. And I think bringing kind of the work of international benchmarks, obviously The CCCMC have worked on OECD, but that's been mainly focused on perhaps cobalt and the 3TG sort of conflict minerals. So we're also extending that work, but it is all part of this kind of jigsaw of kind of working out through these different stakeholder groups as various have described. And I think Taylor talked about very nicely. We've got these kind of overarching mechanisms, but we do need kind of local, regional, commodity, whatever, groups people together so that they have that sense of ownership and commitment to making things happen on the ground.
Can I also just throw another layer onto this, particularly looking from the business perspective? And it's, I want an honest response from you. I read and I get a feel that there is an extraordinary business psychology transformation going on at the moment. People are, rather than saying, oh, climate change is, that's some risk somewhere on a register, people are actually realizing it's them, their lives, their families, and thinking that through business, we really, instead of looking at these as risks and problems to a business model, we actually are becoming part of the solution and having we talked about empathy yesterday, rather than it being a problem that we've got to solve, how can we be part of the right side of history? Now, I'm interested, is there just some really sophisticated greenwashing going on here? Or are you sensing in the boardrooms and the key decision-making places that there's an actual sea change in outlook of what's the point of business and what are we trying to achieve, which could be extraordinarily powerful in shifting and accelerating the pace and the thought, the wisdom of moving into this, further into this space? Or am I just a fool? It's a grubby old world out there, and it always will be. Bryce, how about a response to that?
I just try to touch my face. But anyway, so seriously, I was in this company for 15 years. So my company is really serious about this direction. So as you see, the main application for cobalt is lithium ion battery materials for the new EV sector. The EV sector gonna save a lot of carbon emissions, mainly produced by the traditional gas car. So this is really serious. And also my commitment of responsible sourcing from a company is being committed in the whole world, in front of the whole world by journalists, by Amnesty International back to 2016, by my chairman himself. So it's also serious. And also some of the problems reported by the journalist, you have to be kidding. You have to be kidding. So are we so bad, entrepreneurs today even? We have to be realistic.
Okay, just any other brief responses to that, Tyler, and then Rebecca.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting there, but we're not there yet. I mean, and it has to do why I spent so much talking about all those drivers. And I think what we see is the more regulation that comes, or the more market requirements or the downstream requirements that come on play, the more attention that is going to be grabbed at the board level of these issues, because it becomes ingrained into doing business. If I can't trade on the LME or a gold market because I haven't met those requirements, that is a massive commercial impact on me. So I think we shouldn't fool ourselves to think it's all like because of good ethics. I think, there are business considerations here. Where are we on the journey? I would say that we've seen that in some, some industries are far ahead in adopting policies and systems. We're still far away, though, from seeing the impact on the ground I think that we want. I mean, there are some good examples, but they're not brought to scale. And part of the reason for that is that while it's becoming a commercial issue, it's still not exactly, I think, priced in. There's not the commercial incentives to do good. And you're seeing in the chat a lot of discussion around that. And we're working on that. We're studying this issue about value and cost and supply chain. But I think that's it. If the market pays for responsibly good produced metal, then there will become more and more in the boardroom taken seriously.
Yeah, we want it good, and we want it cheap. Rebecca, maybe the trouble is we still want it. Rebecca, a thought from you.
I will offer I actually will offer a slightly different perspective on that. And just to say that when we started out, we actually saw mostly jewelers engaged in IRMA. The two members of our early board were actually from the jewelry sector. realizing that those materials, right, when you have gold, platinum, who have higher potentially profit margins, then that could change, then maybe that would incentivize them to act more responsibly. But what I'll say, and Peter, you said, is there a sea change? Is there change happening out there? We are seeing it, actually. We're seeing that the mining companies that are coming in now are actually focused very much on what might be seen as more lower value commodities, iron ore, nickel, the types of commodities that ultimately need to fuel the transition to the new green economy. And what the reason that they're coming in, and I think this actually speaks to some hope, is that those who are selling the renewables, the electric cars, all of the different consumer-facing products that actually want to help us transition to a green economy, they're realizing that there's a promise that they're making, right, in terms of helping us transition. And they're realizing they can't make a promise that we're being more responsible as a society while also knowing that the materials that they're using could be tainted, whether by environmental or social harm. And so I do think that we're actually seeing that, if I can offer a bit of hope on that side.
Okay, I mean, just interested, maybe come to you, Tobias, just on that, just that same question, whether you're sensing that they're genuinely, in your conversations with business, just that sea change taking place in terms of wisdom and living this stuff, or whether you're dealing with very sophisticated CSR and not getting to the heart and soul of companies and change.
What I have seen, at least, is that if you can't look into the supply chain downstream, upstream, it works almost only when you have a strong regulation, put pressure on the business. Otherwise, you have always weaknesses. But at the same time, we also add, because I see this transition, and one big driver, at least I have found in Sweden and other European countries, is also, which is not mentioned, is the business, and they have to attract young people. And now you will attract the millennials. And they have much more interest in sustainability and much more interest in responsible sourcing. So they have to show that they are a good company to attract these young talent people. Otherwise, they choose another company. So that driver gets more important. I believe it also will be even more important in the coming years.
Okay, as ever on these conversations, a brief one, Fiona, then I'm going to come for just a round of final remarks. Yeah.
Sure. So yeah, I just wanted to follow on that. I think aluminium, and I think Rebecca touched on this, it's for some time been seen itself as a kind of a greener choice, if you like. It's been used to lightweight vehicles. It's part of sort of battery housing as vehicles become electrified, thermal efficiency in buildings, lightweight packaging, et cetera, and so I think, back in 2009 is even when those corrective questions were being asked. So I've been very heightened in this commodity sector, being very encouraged about what seems to be a genuine commitment. And what I've seen over, again, the last 12 months with the pandemic, where we had to put in place policies for remote auditing and things like that, our initial expectation was that companies, when they were at various points of the certification cycle, would say, and we gave them the option to wait, let's wait to kind of see when auditors get to side. But instead, people wanted remote options that at least partially covered it, that kept the momentum. So that to us was a really strong signal that this was genuine. It wasn't just like, oh, we're being told to, we've got to meet the schedule. They wanted to keep pushing, even though we gave them the option, because of the complexity and the dynamic nature of what was happening in the pandemic, to relax for a moment or to wait. So I think that the last 12 months have given people also the opportunity to reflect on these kind of societal challenges and to really step up to, okay, we're going to kind of focus on what's in our business and what we can do now. And these sustainability challenges are something we can be working on.
Okay. Time is never our friend. I'm going to come round to all of you for a final comment. There's so many dimensions to this conversation, and we've got some thoughts in the chat. This will all feed into the resourcing project. But Constanza, I think you're there with the little mural, because we want to really get from this conversation. I just want to get maybe one unexpected but key message from you. We're talking about trying to create that level playing field in responsible sourcing. We're talking about the interplay between public policy making and business initiatives, regulation, standards, etc. As we look over the next 3, 4, 5 years, if you had one particular message, and I tried to confine you to one, even though I know you've shared, each of you, 20, really good. But if there was one you really wanted to draw out that just gave us a jolt and thought, that was helping us take that journey forwards, what would that message be, particularly related to regulation standards? So who would like to start? Rebecca.
Very happy to.
So
very happy to. I'll speak just really directly to this point of government and standards. What's the interplay between policy and standards? And I think when you have multi-stakeholders come around the table and say, this is good practice. Someone said in the comments, we should be using good practice rather than best practice. Good practice or best practice now as we know it. When you have a multi-stakeholder group come around the table and say, this is best practice as we know it, it actually serves as a template for governments to say, this has been an agreed upon process by all of the stakeholders that we care about, businesses, civil society, our workforce. And we can actually use that as a template to do what we know that we want to do, which is to protect society and environment in our country. So that's what I would say. It's really a collaborative like synergy between the two.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'll come to Bryce and have a thought for Constanza, who's compressing your message into a simple statement. So Bryce, what would your message to take us forward in this arena be?
Yeah, I'm thinking, because I think, firstly, responsible sourcing should be a shared responsibility under a fair platform. So this is my first one, first part of the sentence. I think it should be a shared responsibility. And also, we have to do the right thing for all the stakeholders to have a win-win situation. Right. So that's my conclusion. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you very much indeed. I'll come across to Fiona.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, my short sentence would be building supply chain ownership to drive implementation.
Lovely. And that will be music to Tobias's ear.
Short and sweet.
Who worries it only goes so far and then sort of we lose the plot. Tobias, could I bring you in, please?
Fiona had music in my ears, so I could copy, but I take a step back and then I would say objective information and market analysis of the supply chains. And of course, this shall be transparent and public available. So they can agree this ownership and also have a multi-stakeholder discussion.
Okay, so conversations, around the reality of what's going on out there. Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, Tobias. And finally, Tobias, Tyler, you kicked us off. Just a word before you offer your statement. There was a question that's saying, obviously you focused on, the high risk issues. Is there was a specific question saying whether you're going to broaden from just those severe risk categories in your work, and after that come to a key exit message.
Yeah, well, just to that question, thank you for the question. We don't have a mandate right now to broaden the scope, and it's a very complex exercise, but we do have a mandate to reflect on how well we're implemented and what needs to be done and report to the OECD Council, which is the real board of ministers that oversee us. So I think our next reporting is next year, and that is where we would raise that, the market is moving on and looking at these other things, and is it time to open this up? I would say that the OECD due diligence guidance fits within a bigger universe of responsible business conduct standards at the OECD, which is our OECD guidelines and a general framework. So we really see the minerals guidance as the first step, but as a stepping stone to creating and implementing already across a broader risk area. So no intention, but we're following it and we will report it to council. And I think there will be an exercise to look at whether that's useful.
Right.
Now, I think a lot of has been said. So I think, but to really focus on the question that you ask, what is the role of regulations? I think regulations make soft law with hard consequences, and essentially they take the voluntary stuff and help them bite. So they make hard consequences for what is generally voluntary or soft law, but those consequences are diverse still. And I think it's still a bit of a mess. So I think there's still work to be done.
Okay. Tyler, thank you very much. Rebecca, Tobias, Bryce, and Fiona, really interesting feed into this conversation. It's a huge topic, but we hope that this conversation will be partly feeding into some of the thoughts emerging in session 6 this afternoon, but also into the 4-year resourcing program. How can this sort of independent sort of view nourish thoughts about taking forward activity, particularly within that standards regulation sphere? So thank you to all our speakers. We've also captured everything on the chat, and even though we may not have brought them into the conversation, they will all be contributing to the behind the scenes discourse. Do keep that chat going if you would like. We're going to break for some lunch now, unless you happen to be just waking up or just about to go to bed, in which case have the refreshment of your choice. And then we're going to be back at 1 o'clock European time and looking at the issue of investment and stock and commodity markets, that whole area of how the financial world can impact upon the journey towards responsible sourcing. We hope you found this panel discussion really interesting, certainly stimulated a lot of thought in my own mind, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the break. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome for the first time, or welcome back. If you have not been with us this morning, we're going to start promptly at 1300 hours European time, and whatever time it is in your own time zone. Just a reminder to anybody who is joining for the first time, apart from speakers and panelists, if you just ensure that you are on mute and your camera is off. But please, we're getting an interesting stream of conversation on the chat function that's flowed from our discussion this morning about the role of public policy and the interplay with public policy and industry led regulations and standards, industry standards. So there's do carry on that conversation, and then we will move on to looking at some issues around investment and stock and commodity markets. So that will be coming up very shortly. So just a couple more minutes. And if you are joining us for the first time, do just go on the chat and say hello from wherever you are. And we had some interesting weather forecasts this morning. So we get a global picture from China to Singapore to Saudi Arabia to Germany. And it is grey and rainy in the United Kingdom. Okay. So it's 1 o'clock in European time, 12 o'clock here in the UK. My name's Peter Woodward. I'm the independent moderator for this first inaugural resourcing conference, where we're really scoping a whole range of issues, really around creating that pathway towards responsible sourcing. And we had a fascinating conversation this morning looking at issues around regulation and the interplay with regulation and standards and how that might whole area develop further. In a moment, we're going to start talking about the role and the potential of the whole financial and investment sector in driving this agenda forward. But first of all, we just wanted to take sort of stock, and we've got a polling question for you, and you'll be able to connect to it on chat. So if you could just pop that question up for us, Constanza. So we're just kind of wanting to take a litmus about how you're feeling about the global transition journey towards responsible sourcing. I realize it's a big question, but I just want to get a sense from those of us who are participating after lunch here. Are you, from what you've heard, from what you understand, are you feeling really positive? Hey, we're kind of getting it and we're moving in the right direction. I'm feeling really positive. Everyone is engaged and we're getting it not just coming from a defensive angle, but because people see the value of it and good development of all sorts of arenas moving us towards responsible sourcing. Are you really worried? Oof, it just feels as though we're just not fit for purpose. And we've got a heck of a long way to go. So this is just your post-lunch or whatever time of the day break you've had. If you'd like to just respond by clicking on the chat, and on the chat line, you'll have a click onto the Mentimeter and just put where you are sitting. So follow that link for the polling on the chat button. And then you just kind of click where you're at from really worried. I just think we're way off where we need to be through to really positive. It's extraordinary how we're galvanizing energy to move towards responsible sourcing. So I'll just give you a few moments just to have a think about that and put your click at some point along that line. So again, if you're still struggling with the technology, you just click on the chat button at the bottom, and that will bring up a link saying, please follow this link for the polling. You click on that, and then that's the question, and you move your cursor along somewhere along that line. Okay, we have much to discuss along finance, so I think I'm going to see what the straw poll result is around about now. So if you'd like to put that up. Oh, how boring! But maybe that's interesting. So there's a kind of sense of okay, yeah, you know, I'm not feeling brilliant about this, but equally we're on a journey. So wow, that's almost the most uninteresting answer we could have had, but on the other hand, it in itself is quite interesting. So thank you all very much for that. So as I say, what we're now going to do is to move on to our session 5. And this session is very much looking at the whole area of finance. If we can have the title for the session up, please. So, investment and stock market, stock and commodities. Our key question: how can the financial sector push for more responsible sourcing? Looking at the role of ESG ratings, impact investment, etc., and what else? And we've got a great lineup of people to offer us some thoughts. We're going to have a couple of keynotes and then open up a panel discussion. And really delighted this afternoon. Initially, we're joined by Andreas Herpner, who's Professor of Operational Risk, Banking and Finance at the University College Dublin. And Andreas has been working for many years towards the idea of and that vision of conflict-free capitalism. And he's one of the 5 independent members of the European Union's Platform on Sustainable Finance, and also served as a member of the technical expert group responsible for developing a sustainable finance taxonomy. So the perfect person to maybe give us some sense of where we're at and the way forward or potential way forward for the investment sector to really drive or play its role in responsible sourcing. Great to have you with us this afternoon, Andy, and over to you.
Well, thank you very much for having me. A pleasure to talk. So my name is Andreas Hopner. I'm the Professor of Operational Risk, Banking and Finance at the University College Dublin. I'm also a member of the European Union's Technical Expert Group for Sustainable Finance, now a member of the Platform for Sustainable Finance, and I'll come to the implications for responsible sourcing of that in due course. Did someone confirm that the sound is good and you hear me well? Peter, can you hear me well? I think you're muted, Peter.
Yes, we can hear you, Andreas.
All right. That's excellent. Thank you very much. So I'd like to speak about a couple of points. First, I will speak about markets. I'll not only speak about the commodity market and the stock market, but I'll actually also speak about the bond market. And I assess the opportunities of which markets to actually influence responsibility in sourcing. Second, I will speak about 5 steps in which those markets that are suitable can impact responsible sourcing. I'll speak about the green taxonomy, which we're building for the EU, that has major implications of what responsibility is expected for sourcing, especially on the environmental side, but also on the social side. The ESG ratings, as you may know them, and different types of ESG ratings. Then I'll speak about advanced radar approaches. So service providers that basically are looking into third parties and can essentially assess 160,000, 200,000 entities worldwide. As a benchmark, Open Corporates knows 1.7 million entities around the world in 300 business registries. Then I speak about what data scientists can do for responsible sourcing. So for instance, utilizing the entire global non-payable media. And finally, I speak about what's also, I believe, very important in addition to assess companies and entities, it's also very important to actually assess the regimes that are supported by sourcing activities and the implicit nature that one may be supporting regimes that may have had human rights violations or so forth, and also assess the ability to evaluate that. So to start with markets, I would like to speak about 3 markets. I'd like to speak about commodity markets. I'd like to speak about stock markets, as in the title for the section, but I'd also like to speak about bond markets. And it's very important to differentiate the 3 because they very much illustrate the difference in power. So in a commodity market, if I'm the investor, I buy and sell commodities. And while I have the ability to make sourcing worse, so many might be familiar with, for instance, soft commodities, we are speculating as investors in some of the actual foods of the poorest people on the planet, and we're driving the price up, and then we make them starve. So I can make it worse by driving prices up where I probably shouldn't. And I certainly personally tell to my students all the time that I would not actually personally ever engage in speculation on soft commodities, which happen to also be basic foods. But I can't make it much better because I've got no rights there. I've got no ability to actually engage very much with the companies. There's no ownership right. There's no voting right. There is no refinancing opportunity or the ability to deny debt. So my actual power as an investor in a commodity market is pretty much limited. I'm there, I buy and sell, but and in many ways I buy and sell for needs purposes, but my actual power is limited. Now, if I compare this with the stock market, on the stock market, I buy the shares of the company. So I have the ability to engage with the company. I have the legal right to vote. I have the legal right to voice my thought, simply for fiduciary duty reasons. And so I can very much engage with the company. And as John will explain to us, I'm sure in a little bit, I can thereby change companies, and I can to an extent change company suppliers, and I may be able to change the suppliers, and so forth. So I have the ability to actually to potentially change practice, and I have the legal right to engage. It just needs enough of the investors essentially to actually make a difference to corporate behavior. So stock markets are a suitable way for engagement and also for voting. And very much so, you can even put a vote up yourself, shareholder resolution, at the annual general meeting, and then based on that resolution, other investors can vote if they want the responsible sourcing report, so companies to issue better reporting, if they want changes and so forth. So I have rights and I have power. But the biggest power I actually have in a market that wasn't in the title of the section, that's the bond market. The vast majority of companies that engage in extensive sourcing are heavily leveraged, which practically means that they have a lot of debt. And they have a lot of debt which they regularly need to repay. So they are running their business not only on the shareholders' money, but they run it a lot on the bondholders' money. And that in practice means that they have hundreds of millions of debt which they have to repay every year. And you can, for instance, look at our analysis, which we've done on the Climate Action 100 Plus companies. You can see a huge, I'm very happy for questions in the chat. This one, I think, isn't a question, it's more a comment. You can see a huge amount of debt that these Climate Action 100 Plus companies have to repay. And of course, how do companies repay debt? They repay debt by taking on new debt to pay off the old debt. But that means that they're pretty much having to beg bond investors every year for more money. Like, I'd like more money so I can pay off the old money. In the same way, actually, that sovereigns are doing that as well, especially if you want so weaker sovereigns. And that is the Achilles heel of the companies that are problematic from a responsible sourcing perspective, of the sovereigns that are problematic from a responsible sourcing perspective. You do not need to refinance the sovereigns. And there are some banks that, for instance, even looking at Australia from a core perspective, are not happy to refinance. And you can look at any other country and say, we're not refinancing the country, or we're not refinancing the company. And that is the biggest power that an investor has. And by extension, that's the biggest power that any individual citizen has. You can go to your pension funds, you can go to your bank, you can go to your insurance. Everyone that invests money on your behalf, either directly in the pension fund because it's yours, or in a bank because it's your savings, or in insurance because you bought the product, and then they will invest the money. And you can ask them if they are continuing to refinance things that you dislike. Yeah? And then you can suggest them that they engage in so-called debt denial, so they simply do not conduct further refinancing of activities you dislike. And the beauty with that is that every company that is not very popular with debt investors, so every company that struggles to get enough investors for the refinancing, automatically you increase the cost of debt. So every investor dropping out means that they'll have to pay more to recruit more investors to actually refinance. So the biggest leverage point towards companies is the bond market. And the biggest leverage point in particular in the bond market is the primary issuance, the decision to refinance or not refinance the actual companies. There's this famous saying by an advisor of Bill Clinton: when I want to be reborn, I don't want to be the Pope, or I don't want to be Michael Jordan, or I don't want to be whoever film star. I want to be the bond market because I can intimidate everybody. And you could see it even in the European Union. To take the example of Salvini in Italy, when he was in power there, only the bond market would stop him to do stuff that many people would consider outrageous. It's difficult for a politician to talk to someone about the bond market believes that it's going to make your refinancing a lot more expensive. Then virtually everybody listens to that, with one notable exception given the US dollar rule. So that means that via the bond market, you can address the companies in the same way that you can address the companies via the equity market. Although I would argue, John might disagree with me slightly, I can do it stronger on the bond market, certainly for problem companies, than I can do it on the equity market, because they really need the refinancing, and they refinance many times a year, while an annual general meeting is just once a year. But in essence, both of which is important. It's very important to engage your equities and at the same time deny your debt. Both is important. I'm not saying that either of them isn't relevant. And of course, vote your equities as well. But you can deny debt to the companies, you can address them straight away. And even more so, if you have the feeling that a certain country, a certain sovereign, may I say a certain dictator, is a very big problem in your view, well, they don't necessarily need to be refinanced. Take apartheid itself. South African apartheid broke because their bonds weren't refinanced. The actual economic situation was very strong, but several books are nicely documenting how apartheid broke when the bonds weren't refinanced. As a consequence of the bonds not being refinanced, the economy didn't become or ceased to be sustainable in an economic sense. So bond markets are beautiful, in particular for sourcing, because they allow you to address two things. One, the actual companies that may be problematic, and B, the actual regimes that are probably the reason why you think these companies are problematic. In some cases, it could be the company being more public than the regime, or vice versa. I'll very much leave that to the individual judgment. But so when we're looking at markets, from an engagement perspective, from a corporate social responsibility perspective, from a sustainability perspective, the commodity markets are least interesting. You have no powers there as an investor. Focus on the equity markets and in particular on the bond markets, because on bond markets, you can't only play companies, you can also play sovereigns. On equity markets, you're limited to companies. So at this stage, I would move over to discussions of the actual approaches that you can use, and that could be either equity market or bond market. And I'm getting a question here on the Chinese bond market. You even, if you have been an international investor that provided refinancing to Chinese companies, you also do have an influence on China. And it's worthwhile noting that China is turning cash flow negative at about, either has turned or will be turning cash flow negative. So previously when China was very cash flow positive, that was a different thing, but now China is turning cash flow negative. So they don't have unlimited cash resources either. So now coming to the actual, if you want to, initiatives to assess, 4 initiatives to assess corporations, or 3 to assess corporations, and then 2 looking at corporations and countries. So first of all, in the European Union, we are currently developing what's called the Green Taxonomy. So that's essentially a dictionary of what is green. So that means, for instance, that electricity generation is only considered green if it's in less than 100 grams of CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour. And that's, for us, a global standard that we would expect people to follow from the European Commission perspective. That, of course, doesn't mean that everything that is above 100 grams is necessarily brown. It just means it's not green. It's more like gray or some other shades of gray, essentially. So, and these standards are coded as we speak for biodiversity, for marine resources, for circular economy, and for pollution. And they have already been coded last year for climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. So we have definite standards about what is green that banks can use when they decide refinancing, that investors can use in equity or bond markets when they decide on investment, that are generally there for us to understand how we can make finance greener by essentially channeling the money in the right direction. And in particular, bond markets, in particular bank loans, are a great application of these green taxonomy standards. So then we have these guidelines. In addition to that, second step, we have standard ESG ratings. When assessing standard ESG ratings, an important aspect is who pays for them. So if you have an ESG rating paid by the corporate or corporate self-reporting exercise, I would be very, very careful with them, because there is significant conflicts of interest there. No corporation in the world is happy to report pollution more than necessary, which means they nearly never report it accurate. They report as much as they have to admit. Likewise, corporations have a huge incentive to present themselves as more green. Might I say greenwashing? Very few corporations actually brownwash. So on the ESG rating side, the ones that are not paid for by the corporation, MSCI, ISS, those that by policy basically don't accept corporate funding, they are the ones from an investor perspective to use as reliable. Those that are either paid by corporations or allow for a lot of consulting or potentially gaming by corporations, I would discard them as relatively useless or essentially just corporate marketing material going forward. And the same applies to a lot of voluntary initiatives where corporations basically appreciate the ability to assess themselves. A realistic assessment is not me assessing myself, it's other people looking at me. So the third then is advanced services, because one challenge that all these ESG ratings have, and anybody that starts as a corporate as a unit, is that they're essentially limited to the information that that corporate will provide. And if a corporate doesn't take part of it or is outside the relevant realm of an ESG rater, you don't have information. So using third-party approaches, either taking the global set of NGOs or taking the global set of media, organizations such as RepRisk basically provide for 160,000 firms worldwide any potential reputational risk on 30 issues, 50 topic tags odd, and can thereby give you a lot of depth in terms of your supply chain performance as an organization. And to my understanding, they are vividly used in practice for that. So that's the third aspect. And then we have two further approaches where I'm now going beyond the actual current office, but just explaining what data science can do. So we also have nowadays, for any data scientist that wants to, the global non-payable media at the fingertips. So that's like 100 million articles ever published, archived, anything that isn't at a paywall. So essentially the surface web, not the deep web. You don't have to pay to log into the article. But that's across all the world, 100 plus languages. And you can, for any media source in any country, you can get a sense if this corporation had a conflict that was worthy reporting in the media, and if it's a country that you may not even know the name of in some cases. So we have this global non-payable media. It is very much location organized, so you can do it for region, you can do it for companies, but you can also do it for the countries that host the region. And so that gives the fourth opportunity. And as a fifth opportunity, of course, I believe it is very important to use the United Nations Statistics Department, so UN Stats data on the SDGs and on how countries themselves are developing on the SDGs. So are we actually sourcing from countries and thereby offering GDP, providing GDP to countries where the development in terms of SDGs is actually dismal, or are we offering that to countries where they are behaving more in the way that from a global goals perspective we would like to appreciate? I believe Peter told me that there's 5 minutes left, but that's me, I'm done. So I think I can give 2 minutes back to Peter.
Andy, thank you very, very much indeed. Some really incisive insights on where those levers for change might be. And I certainly will want to open that up in the discussion coming up a little bit later. But before that, you alluded to John, and delighted that we're joined this afternoon by John Houchin. And John's had from Sweden, had a long involvement in looking at issues of financial markets and responsible investment, I think for over 20 years. And John, you're now Secretary General of the Council on Ethics for the first, second, third and fourth Swedish national pension funds. So really try this as a case study of really trying to make the difference using some of those leverage mechanisms. So John, great to have you with us, and very interested in your insights on the role of the financial instruments to move us towards responsible sourcing. Over to you, John.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Andy, for the very good introduction. This is a big and quite complicated topic, so I look forward to the discussion. And I'm going to obviously talk about ownership, which is our key leverage tool that we utilize within the Council on Ethics. So next slide, please. So the Swedish National Pension Funds, the AP funds, have been integrating environmental, social and governance issues for the last 20 years. We're not run by politics in Sweden, we're run by law. And there was a small phrase in the initial legislation back in 1999 that asked the funds to take environmental and ethical considerations into their process when doing the investments. We're about, collectively, the buffer funds within the pension system are about $170 billion US. It's not huge, but it's a substantial amount of money. I think Sweden also carries a caveat or a brand of being sustainability orientated and keen on change and progress. So, but we've been engaging with companies all over the world for the last 15 years. The council has been up and running for 15 years. If you jump one slide, please. And we are what is defined as a universal owner. We have large passive, mostly passive index-based portfolios within the four funds. The four funds have different investment strategies. They compete against each other, but this is a collaboration between the funds, and I am the only one who are hired by the funds to run the council. My daily job is to engage with these companies on a daily basis, and so I do, and so I have done. for a long time. I've been engaged with the financial markets for 20 years. Have a background with ABB. I also have a background with Greenpeace in the 1980s. So I have a long background with sustainability. And I've been following the multinational companies through the 90s and through the last 20 years on the development on corporate social responsibility and also responsible investment. And responsible investment also has a long history. It actually follows the whole history of the industrialized revolution. And the Quakers didn't invest in slave trade, for instance, back in the 17th century. And we have a long history of divestment cases like the Vietnam War in the 1960s, very similar to the climate divestment movements right now, where the universities in the US didn't want their funds to invest in war shares during the Vietnam War in the US. And there's a number of divestment cases that's been up and coming over the years. So there's a long story to responsible investment. Our key tool to Andreas' case is ownership. We're not a big owner, but we are a long-term owner. And I think many of these companies know us pretty well. And obviously with the principles for responsible investments that we participated when it was started in 2006, which is now more than 2,500 different investors who've signed up to the principles for responsible investments. We do have a lot of friends and we do have a lot of leverage when we engage with companies. So next slide, please. Typically what I'm doing right now, and this is a document that I made or we made together with the Danish Institute for Human Rights. Brilliant. There's over 3,000 signatures at the PRI. Yeah, we were 40 of us when we started, 50 of us. The AP funds were a couple of weeks after initiated, we were 50 of us. But I was there at the original meeting when the PRI was started. So together with the Danish Institute, during the summer, we made the tech giants and human rights investor expectations. This is a rather massive document. I recommend to read it if you have the time. We had been engaging with the tech sector for quite some while, and we weren't really happy with the outcome of the engagements. Obviously, this document that was publicly launched in December has had a bit of impact, and I'm having pretty decent discussions with the big tech companies as we speak right now. They're under a lot of pressure due to what happened especially in the Capitolium on the 6th of January, but they do have a fundamental work to do in terms of human rights and a lot of legacy issues. So interesting times ahead for the tech industry. Okay, next slide, please. Mining has been one of our core issues for all the years that I've been engaging with the council. It goes back to 2005 to 2006. For those of you who know the Marlin mine in Guatemala, we, together with a few other investors, we asked the Goldcorp then to do one of the first human rights impact assessments, which was done by On Common Ground. It's still publicly available. I still think it's a really good document, to be honest. Obviously, it's difficult with a mine like the Marlin mine, where you have a legacy structure, where you have issues. Where you have issues, old issues going back. I noted today that Cerrejón in Colombia has been taken forward to the OECD complaint mechanism, and Cerrejón is another mine we've been engaging heavily with over the years and has legacy issues going back to the 90s. It's difficult to address that. I visited many mines. This is a mine at the border of Mali. It's a gold mine in Burkina Faso. Before it became a bit unsafe. You can see me holding gold there. I should have taken that gold and ran. I wouldn't be sitting in there, but that's a different story. You have the Grasberg mine up in Indonesia that we've been engaging with, and which is a recommended exclusion by the councils due to the riverine tailings method that the company uses. And we're not big fans of riverine tailings, and we're not big fans of deep sea tailings either. And we're going to talk a bit more about tailings when we go forward. Next slide, please. So as you all know, there's been a couple of tailing dams disaster over the last 5 years, unfortunately. Next slide, we can jump into that slide. Thank you, Peter, you're warning me. And this is 2 years ago, nearly on the date, the Brumadinho dam disaster. As you all know, 271 people lost their life. It was a Vale tailings dam in Brazil. I think you've all seen the video. It's a horrific video, and we can go to the next slide, please. Unfortunately for Vale, this was not the first accident. This is my own pictures from Mariana. And Vale and BHP, together within the company Samarco, had already which probably is the biggest environmental case in southern hemisphere. They had the Samarco accident. So there was typical signs that Vale wasn't managing tailings dams really well. And we can jump to the next slide. So yes, so when Brumadinho happened, we recommended the funds to exclude Vale. We had been having a long dialogue with Vale, quite frankly, mostly on the impact on human rights and water issues post the Mariana case, but also on the dam quality and dam security of the remaining dams within Vale. You can go to the next slide. Problem is with the mining industry and where we're at right now is that we are having issues with ore grades. They are declining, and with current technologies, we're mining too much residue. We're getting too much residue to get the minerals that we need, and that's the big challenge, long-term challenge for the whole sector. You can jump one slide again. Together with the Church of England Pensions Board post Brumadinho, we collected a large group of investors, and we made a call to the whole mining industry that we needed a global standard for mining safety. We weren't really pleased with the work the industry had done by themselves post Mariana, but there was also obviously self-criticism against us, and I personally felt very responsible for not having used the leverage I could have used. I probably didn't know I needed to use the kind of leverage that we've been using now. So there's an experience to this as well. Next slide, please. And now we have that tailing standard in place together with ICMM, which represents the biggest mining companies in the world, UNEP, who represents the UN, and I as a representative of the PRI. It was a negotiation that went on for about a year and a half. It's a good standard, it's implementable, which means it can set a level playing field for tailings dams all over the world. It's not a perfect standard, no standards are perfect, but we like this concept, and I think at PRI and the investment side, we like the concept of making global standards. I think we're going to see more global standards like this, and I'm really pleased we managed to get it through. Next slide, please. We also asked 700 mining companies in the world to disclose all the data that they had on tailings dams. We are in dialogue with about 350 mining companies on a global basis. You can take the next slide, please. And that database is publicly available at grid.no, and we have about 2,000 tailings dams, very detailed description, transparently available now. But we're actually looking at adding another 25,000 tailings dams into this database as we speak. So this is only the beginning of total transparency. I think transparency and total transparency is one of the key drivers going forward. It forces companies to act responsibly, and we also set a level playing field on how we behave and norm setting going forward. So this is a huge endeavor, but we've started well, and we've got the biggest mining companies in the world participating in this. Please continue to the next slide, please. The Mining and Tailing Safety Initiative is bringing in insurance, and we're cooperating with the banks, back to Andy's point about finance and bond finance, but also finance from banks. So we're connecting all the dots, and we're trying to build a global systematic approach on tailings dams for the whole mining industry. Unfortunately, we've had the same kind of accidents within hydro dams as well, and I think over time we might need to add the hydro dams in the world into this system as well. Next slide, please. Yes, quite a lot of engagement going on with the mining industry, many companies in the process, but this is good. This is making a community for the mining industry, and I think it's good for the norm setting for the whole mining industry. Another slide, please. That was the final one. Okay, keep it down. I'll define the last thing we did last week or before Christmas was that we published that we're setting up that independent entity together with the United Nations Environment Program And we're hiring people right now to set up that entity. And that's entity, the purpose of that is actually to verify the implementation of the standard on a global basis and to get proper third-party verification of that standard and on the quality of the reporting. And I think independence and quality of these kind of reporting structures going forward, to Andy's point, who can you trust? I think my trust diminished really badly post the Brumadinho accident. I don't really trust proper independence these days, and this is one of the strong drivers we're going to have now. But we're also building this kind of standard, I think, for a lot of other topics that needs to be addressed on a global basis with global standards, setting level playing field all over the world for companies in different sectors. So watch this space, and that was my introduction.
John, thank you very much indeed. Some very real experience to bring into our conversation. I'm going to pass straight on to Masuma Faruqi now. Welcome back, Masuma, from Mein Hut, who is going to open up a panel discussion involving John and also Andreas and the others you see on the screen. So over to you, Masuma.
Thank you, Peter. Let me start out with the purpose of this panel, especially since most of our audience here is unfamiliar with the financial and investment side of this entire market. And thank you to Andy for giving us a very clear outline of what the financial markets actually look like. I have three major purposes behind our panel discussion today. One is to kind of understand this concept that we have that money equals power. What kind of money are we talking about? What kind of power are we talking about? And is all money equal? Or as John was talking about leverage, does one institute by its status manage to do certain things that other institutions could not? My second question, or the concept we're looking at, is trade-offs. Because remember, when investors are putting money in, it's not just about responsible sourcing or sustainability. There are other issues as well. They create jobs, they create employment, they create your pension funds. They are the most highly regulated within at least the North American, European context about what governments require to do. So the rules that they have to operate under are very strictly monitored. And so when they're talking about sustainability and responsible sourcing and the things that we ask of our money, how much scope, how much ability do they actually have to do what we're asking of them? My third purpose is something that I have missed in lockdown, which is having people over for dinner. Since none of us have been able to have a dinner party, I thought this could be my dinner party without me having to do anything of the cleaning or the cooking afterwards. So who have I invited to my dinner party? Well, first of all, I have invited Elaine Rolfe, who is from the UNPRI. It is supported by the UN, is not a part of the UN itself. As Elaine sort of said, 3,000 signatories. They are an alliance of sort which sort of says, right, what are investors doing towards responsible investments? What are they talking about? What is their scope? There are 6 principles. It talks about coming to concepts. It talks about implementing, reporting on what they themselves are doing and what they're asking the companies they invest in to do in responsible investments. And they cover a whole range of areas from real estate to forestry to agriculture. There's a lot of them. And more importantly, they're not Europe-centric or North America-centric either. They have participants from Africa, Brazil, Latin America, China, Asia Pacific. So it's a very global view of an alliance that is trying to bring people together to agree on what they're saying. My second dinner guest was somebody who I was looking forward to having the money itself, and that would be Eric. Eric is from the EBRD, and I can't seem to find him in my little panel at the moment. I'm hoping somebody's going to find Eric and add him to our little group. Eric is from the EBRD, the European Bank for Construction and Redevelopment. They have over 192 projects to date, which focus on the natural resource sector, nearly 7.3 trillion euros in cumulative investments over the past decade. And so they give out loans, they give out equity, 35% of projects can be held by them. But again, the EBRD has other sustainability goals as well. It's a bank that works with regions and countries which may often struggle for finance. So as far as they're promoting responsible sourcing and sustainability, they also have other development needs that they need to focus on. My third guest was John, again from the Swedish Pension Fund. And I think the interesting bit about the money that John's fund sort of controls, and this is somewhere around $46 billion at the moment, not all in resources, but somewhere all spread out. It is a government agency. And John also has to be responsible for people's pensions. When I hit 75, I don't want John telling me I have no money to live on, but hey, the trees are safe. So there's also a trade-off that John is managing as a pension fund provider. And my final guest is Sarah Blackwell. And Sarah gets to be the person, you always have that one friend at the dinner table saying, but did you do this? She comes from the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and she's kind of a watcher of what these guys are doing. Now, I don't want to paint Sarah as the bad person in this, because her group works with investors and financial institutions on saying, how do we get to this, to a more responsible sourcing sustainability level? So Sarah is a friend. She's one of, maybe, Sarah, if I can call you one of our hippie friends in this group, we'll go with that definition. And then, of course, you have Andy, who's the guy who knows everything, because he's everybody's friend, because he doesn't get, he'll be there when you need advice. He'll be there when you need, I'm sorry, that would have been a very personal statement. Andy's the friend who everybody sort of goes to for advice because he knows everyone. He's the guy who tells you, well, I know I should tell you what to do. And I like Andy because he has ideas about everything that our individual panelists are doing. He works with the financial institutions, with the governments, with the regulators, with the bond funds. So he has this overall look. And so, Andy, if I call you the favorite uncle of the group, I think that's a role I'm going to assign to you. So you'll have to explain what we're talking about and what we're doing. Excellent. With that introduction in mind, I'd like to start off our panel discussion with something very simple. Again, because our audience may not be aware of what financial institutions would do, I'm going to invite just each of you from your respective institutions to say in a minute or two, when it comes to responsible sourcing and sustainability, how do you think your institution drives forward this debate? Elena, shall we start with you there?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So we don't, at BRI, we don't look specifically at resourcing, responsible resourcing, and or any other really issues until very recently. We started looking into climate change specifically. However, what we do, and I come from a reporting team. I look after the reporting team, so all of our investors, all of our signatories have to do reporting every year to show how they are managing ESG issues, how they're engaging with companies, and what kind of processes they have in place. So so what we have done last over 10 years now, we have a framework, and it's kind of as close as you get to a sort of standardized way of reporting investment practices and how ESG considerations are taken into consideration there. And this obviously captures all whatever different investors will be focusing on, including responsible sourcing. We are, in this year's reporting, for the first time also looking at not just how our investors are managing ESG from a risk-return perspective. We're also looking for the first time how our investors are looking at the actual real-world outcomes. And this, again, I think is really important, because I think once you start looking at that, you're also able to see a lot of the connections. So if we think about the sort of the hot topics of ESG, and climate being one of those, and human rights being probably the other, responsible sourcing has strong links with both of those. And I think kind of bringing that, starting to look at that and being able to see those connections will be hopefully helpful for our signatories. So the reporting, and this is obviously coming from a reporting person, the reporting is really important because it allows signatories, our investors, to ask questions that they might not have had to ask themselves. So they might not necessarily come up with really good answers necessarily straight away, and often they don't, and definitely not in the first instance. But it's the sort of the self-reflection exercise which makes you question, okay, we don't know the answer to this, why? Or we don't do this, why? Maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not, it's fine. You know, we don't necessarily have very, very strong opinions about some of those things, how to do it, but I think asking a question is what we kind of go for. So to answer your question in short, we ask a question that enables signatories to investors to understand themselves better.
Absolutely. And I think that issue about reporting, how do you put it in terms and phrases so people can understand? This has been an issue that has been brought up in previous panels as well, as sort of saying good intentions are fine, but where, how are we measuring this? How are we reporting this? So great. Eric, can I come to you next, given that you hold a large portfolio in natural resources, oil, gas, and mining? When it comes to driving responsible sourcing in what you invest in, can you give us a quick outline on what you think your institution's contribution to this has been?
Thank you. So I'm not going to introduce much about EBRD because you've done that very well. But just to remind everyone that EBRD, which is an IFI, is not working in the entire world. We are, by and large, working in the former sort of Soviet bloc, and we also in Turkey, Greece, and North Africa. Maybe some African countries will be added in the coming years, but we are in that part of behind the old Iron Curtain, so to say. Mining is important in that region because many of our countries there see this as an economic springboard. And we've been involved in mining for years. We invest equity, we invest with loans, we buy bonds, we do what companies need to capitalize. I think the approach we have been taking by way of a philosophy, and that goes to your question, is we don't see there being, of course, like most, a single silver bullet of solving the ESG. I mean, whether you take the perspective of having ratings of bonds or stocks for that matter and so on, all of this is not going to in itself solve the problem. And why is that? Well, what we have learned, and I think many will acknowledge, is that we need both voluntary type of standards and initiatives, but we also need some, so to say, law-abiding mandatory initiatives. And just to take a small example, we know that we have places like in Congo and elsewhere where children have been working in the mines for more than 2 decades, and they're still working there. And you could say the same of certain places in Asia. So it's quite clear that even if a big part of the mining industry will come together, the sourcing industry will come together on very good voluntary initiatives, responsible mining, ESG reporting, you name it. It is not going to stop those who are, not to offend anyone, are criminals in the sector, because they actually don't care, and they will still get funded, and their actions will actually be like small bad news in the news media. They will, to a large degree, impact the perception of the sector, even if they are a small part of it. They will have potentially a fairly big impact on how sustainability is understood by the wider public, and thereby, for many companies, their ability to obtain a sort of social license to operate. So what we have done from the beginning is to work with action plans. We go in with a deep analysis of each company, and on that basis, we determine whether it is possible to bring the company to a compliance with very specific performance standards. Those are on our environmental policy. They are on our website. So if you in reasonable time can bring this company into compliance, both in terms of transparency, in terms of tailings management, safety in the mines, biodiversity, you name it, all of that. If that can be done in an action plan that's very detailed and controlled by regular monitoring, then we will engage. And then we can engage with whatever it might require, equity or loan or quasi-equity or bond buying or what have you. But for us, what is critical is that the capacity, and that goes also to my Swedish friend who spoke here very well, the capacity of following up on standards is, of course, where it always comes to. If we don't have, when you set a standard, even if it's a wonderful standard, if you don't have the capacity to follow up on it, monitor it, and be part of a corrective plan of action, together with NGOs, the communities, the stakeholders in the project. If you don't have that capacity in your organization, you can't rely easily on the fact that the responsible sourcing will happen by the end of the day. So there are some in our industries are very good at that, and there are some, I would say, are not so good. And there are some who are very passive about it and just would like to have a good rating and otherwise, avoid any problems later. And that goes to the heart of the debate. Thank you.
No, Eric, that's actually a very interesting and important point. It's not a yes and no decision. And I think this is something PRI and the Swedish Fund will ask them is also sort of doing. It's not saying, okay, if you're not fulfilling these 10 question marks, get off our sheet, but it's a process of capacity building and working with people. Sarah, is that something similar that the UN working group does? How are you sort of driving this entire process?
Sure, thanks, Masuma, and great to be with everyone. Greetings from Brooklyn, where you were asking about weather before. It's a bit cloudy with hopefully a chance of democracy this week. We at the working group, if you don't know, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights is a 5-member mandated body under the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, as well as the special mandate wing of the United Nations. So it's an officially UN mandated independent body of 5 members from 5 different regions across the world. And their main task is to disseminate and facilitate implementation of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. So that's really my entry point to this discussion. I'm an advisor to that working group. And you're finding us at a really pivotal moment. Those UN guiding principles on business and human rights were unanimously endorsed by UN member states in 2011. So we're approaching now the 10-year mark in June of this year. And I am supporting the working group in taking a step back and really seeing, okay, what have we achieved in those 10 years of this internationally recognized set of standards on what are the expectations for business, including financial actors when it comes to human rights, but also where do we want to go? What have we learned from the great practice examples that John and others have shared? What can we do better going forward, and what mistakes can we not repeat? So we're setting out a roadmap on the next 10 years of action, very ambitious agenda. But to mention in particular, the investment and broader financial system focus is at the core of what the working group is now putting forth. There's a lot of observation across stakeholder groups, from companies, from investors themselves, from civil society, that not enough emphasis has been on the financial system. There are those who have been doing this work for a long time, for 20 plus years, like some on the call, but broadly speaking, we don't have enough practical tools, guidance, good practice, database, and examples to really drive the financial system forward. And I think a lot of us can agree, if we don't have the financial system, the capital that's driving economies moving in the right direction, we're sort of taking one step forward and many steps back. So we have a dedicated track with this UN Guiding Principles Next Decade project on the investment wing and working directly with investors. So yes, sort of hippie friend, I would say critical friend, working hand in hand with financial sector actors, investors included, on where we all need to go, as well as civil society, as well as governments. Of course, we need regulatory landscapes that facilitate this. The last thing I'll say in kind of my introductory remarks is my entry point via the guiding principles on business and human rights is not the sphere of influence, maybe entry point that we heard in some of maybe the introductory remarks, which I think are absolutely critical to think of. Okay, what leverage points are different and how can they be nuanced across different asset classes, across different investor types? From the guiding principles perspective, that, thinking through leverage and how it needs to look different is on the action side of things, but it's not the basis of responsibility. No matter which asset class that you're working with, whether it's equities, whether it's, the debt and bond market, you have a responsibility to look at the severe impacts on people that are linked with that business activity and to take action. And that will look different depending on the different, areas in capital markets that you're working with. But that's the lens I'm going to try to bring, is really, all actors have a basis of responsibility. You have to get creative and innovative in where you're working from, but there's no path, even if you're working, in areas where leverage is limited. So thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sarah. And I think we're going to come back to your roadmaps in a little bit down the conversation. John, although you were very kind to explain all the sort of work that you've done with the Swedish Pension Fund, I have one quick question for you. Compared to what Eric was talking about, action plans, and sort of looking and developing capacities and deciding, does the fund also get involved in working with the people that you might be investing in, or is you're more of an assessment due diligence kind of role, given that you're a different investor than the EBRD?
So, I mean, as I showcased, we are on the ground. We do limited due diligence, of course, but we have a very strong stakeholder focus in our engagement. And especially when you engage with the mining industry, you can't really engage with the mining industry if you don't engage with the local communities that are in the pathway of the mining companies. It comes logical. So no, we engage with a lot of stakeholders, and I have good connections with many NGOs globally and civil society in a wider scale, and journalists and Sarah and the UN and different UN entities. So no, it's a stakeholder process that we do together.
Okay. Andy, if I can come to you next and sort of ask the question from an EU perspective, since you've been involved with a number of EU technical and working groups, and you're sort of the independent advisor to the EU on financial directives of this nature. Slightly different question. Do you think the financial markets should be getting involved in this sort of area, or should they be given a set of rules and said, here's what you need to follow? Because a lot of us soft sector, social sciences people start getting very nervous when economists, when their sheets and modeling start stepping into the sustainability world. So there's a sort of overlap from the investment and money side coming into this. Our ideas of financiers are still the people who caused the 2008 financial crisis. Should these people be stepping into the sustainability world the way it is starting to happen? Is there something that we should be aware of, or is this the nicest thing that could happen?
So should financial markets get involved, and should pension funds get involved? Absolutely. Should economists get involved, assuming a homo economicus that has no emotions? No, it's not a strong point of economists. Should those people that caused the financial crisis get involved? No. And now there is an extremely important thing to say about financial markets. There is at least actually 3 or 4 different spheres in financial markets that have nothing to do with each other. So should the buy side of financial markets get involved, those that make actual investment decisions, and that's pension funds like John, that's foundations, and that's insurances. Absolutely. They should get involved, and they have the most power to change this. Should the sell side of financial markets get involved, those that actually pretend to be so-called banks, but really are just marketing institutions for fees? No, probably not, because they're just marketing it. And well, John said, there are green bonds can help here and there, but there's also a lot of negatives, right? The same banks that issue green bonds, such as HSBC, issue all the fossil fuel bonds, and there's a lot more fossil fuel bonds than green bonds. So when you're rightfully saying those people that caused the financial crisis, this is a sell side of financial markets. These are people that don't invest their own money. These are people that look for other people's monies, and they're called investment bankers, which in reality is nothing than corporate finance sales, right? Investment bank is just a fancy name for what essentially is a sales job. And there is a range of other sales jobs in finance. These ones, I'd say borderline no, but it really depends on the individual case. Certainly green bond issuance doesn't harm. But who you really need is the buy side of financial markets. And notably, so everybody knows who that is. That's the pension funds, that's the insurances, that's individual money, and to an extent, they're asset managers if they're not conflicted. Because if you have an asset manager that's owned by a bank, then there is a conflict via the CO. If you have independent standalone asset managers, then they can normally also help should they wish to. So you have some fantastic specialist asset managers such as Calvert, Impex, Robeco, Triodos that really make a huge difference. But mostly the ones to get involved are the pension funds, the insurances, the foundations.
Okay.
And I tend to ask my students, who is the biggest pot of money in the world? They nearly always either go for a bank or BlackRock, and actually the biggest pot of money owned by someone is a Japanese government pension fund, and then followed from the Norwegian pension fund. So it's the big pension funds that you need to get involved. In the US setting, New York teachers are a lot more important than BlackRock. In the Canadian setting, Ontario teachers are a lot more important than Canadian asset managers and so forth. And in that sense, John is a lot more important than Nordea or SEB.
I mean, it's always nice to know there are more important people than BlackRock around, but you know, they
But
get.
that's true. BlackRock is limited, right? BlackRock serves all the. BlackRock most likely manages Exxon's pension fund.
Yeah.
So as much as certain people in BlackRock will try a lot, other people in BlackRock will hold back. I'm pretty sure that John doesn't have the same problem within the AP fund.
Okay, before I let John respond to how big the Swedish pension fund actually is, Elena, can I sort of come back to you, because you have to engage on both sides, because you're also engaging with investors, but there's also public relations job that PRI is sort of doing. And your background is more on the reporting data mechanism side of it. Is it possible for you to talk about some of the challenges that the companies come back to you with and sort of say, we don't want to report on that because that might cause other issues to arise for us? Or how much are these investors themselves willing to report, which would not be classified under greenwashing? Because honestly, if I read another annual report which says we respect the UN Sustainable Development Goals, it's like, well, I'm glad we all respect them, but nothing much needs to be done. So I'm trying to get at intention versus the challenges for investors to actually do this kind of reporting.
So thank you, Sami. There's quite a lot in that question, and I might not be able to answer all of that. So PRI specifically works with investors, and the reporting is with investors. So investors report to us, and one of the things they report on is how they engage with companies. In my previous life, I was also working at CDP, so I have a bit of background also in companies being on the sort of receiving end of a reporting request. And I have to say, this was some time ago, but I think especially listed companies are way more used to the scrutiny and people sort of, looking into their laundry and dirty underwear drawers. And obviously the idea of reporting publicly to a large extent is because you communicate with your shareholders. And I sort of naively assumed when I moved over to PRI, I assumed that, well, this is going to be a breeze because investors know how important the reporting is, and they've been engaging with this, and they've been engaging with companies and reporting. Surely this is going to be fine. But that was just a massive caveat. That was a while ago, but it was still a conversation we had with a lot of investors, and I said, well, what, me? I have to report? What is this witchcraft? And it's still, there are certain asset classes that will find that more challenging and less normalized than others. Private equity, it's just not a nature. It's private equity, so therefore it's always been a bit. Whilst ESG has been quite a lot of the cases in their nature as well, but the reporting hasn't necessarily always come as naturally. And there's definitely a little bit of there's definitely been a journey. Apologies for that word. On both sides, but in particular in front of my eyes on the investor side. So you mentioned greenwashing. Of course, nobody, and I think this was, I think John mentioned this as well. Nobody wants to report on things that they're not good at. And because there's a lot of when we talk about financial markets, we also talk about a huge amount of diversity. It's very easy to see the people with the money as sort of a group, but obviously they're hugely diverse, and the way they look at these things will be really different, and which issues they're going to be focusing on will be really different as well. And I think that's something kind of worth bearing in mind. So when it comes to greenwashing, there's a link in my head with where I'm going with this. It's because they are so diverse. The questions that we're asking, it's really hard to come up with a really one standardized way of collecting information, because it will really depend on what's relevant to different groups of signatories. And like you said, PRI is not necessarily also an organization that's going to say, this is one way how you do ESG and everything else get out. That's not our role. And so therefore, that's where I think where we leave it up to the industry to interpret. So there's definitely a role in the industry to start sort of narrowing things down, or at least explaining and being really transparent what we mean when we say some of these buzzwords that keep sort of being overused or misused. I don't know, does that answer your question to some extent.
It sort of answers my question to the extent of we just sort of assume that we tell companies start reporting and they'll say, oh, okay, now that you've told us, we'll do this. But there are challenges in there as well, because also with investment and with money, there is business strategy that you may not want to reveal. There is fiduciary duties on privacy of certain information. And as you said, people might end up taking them to court with no fault of, well, I wouldn't say no fault of their own, but fault would be determined. But the investment community is not known for being open. But I don't think it's just a habit that they have. There are actual business challenges in reporting on some of the stuff that we're asking them to report on. And that was the confirmation I was looking for.
So at the moment, I think the majority, the questions that we're asking are, a lot of it there are around processes and policies, which are used as a proxy for a good practice. And most of the time, our signatures are really well accustomed to this and are able to report on what we're asking. But again, when you talk about greenwashing, when you don't have a specifically defined what exactly we mean by making decisions with ESG in mind, we don't, nobody wants to define this because it's quite limiting. That's where potentially, the interpretations can differ, and that's where obviously our data set can therefore not be as precise as I would want it to be. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's the sort of answer I was looking for. Eric, if I can come to you, and I'm going to throw you a little bit on the spot with this hypothetical case I'm about to put to you. My question is essentially this. Let's assume the EBRD has been asked to participate in a coal project in a former Soviet Union country. Now, the IRR on the internal rate of return makes sense for that project. There is great chances for regional development that the region really needs. There are employment opportunities, secondary income. It would help the local communities and so much more. Where does the ESG part of the decision making come into that investment assessment of such a project? And I gave you coal for purpose, and I know we have a question on getting deep sea mining as well, but sort of similar, this concept of certain projects should be no-go areas. But how would you respond to that?
So like all of us, when we look at a project, if we just start a little bit from a helicopter view, we need, of course, an ESIA, a full, if you wish, disclosure of the issues with the stakeholders in project disclosed publicly. So you do your ESIA, and you'll speak to the communities, the workers, of course, the owners, and so on. You find out whether there are social, environmental issues around the project. You make a proper consultation on the basis of the findings with communities, with stakeholders. So they are involved in the issues that might be of threat or of concern. And this is part of the process. We as an IFI and many other companies will not invest unless this process has been going through. And often at the end of it, there are issues that can be difficult to tackle. But by listening and engaging, you often come up with a credible plan of action. Now, the outcome of this ESIA process and the sort of conclusions to it is what we put into you can call the Environmental Social Action Plan. We call it an ISAP with a smart little word. And that is part of the covenants in our loan or, to the equity investment and so on. And we monitor it very, very closely. And that is very much the modus operandi for investments across the entire 38 countries we're in today. There are some places, of course, where the institutions that are involved in the process from public point of view are not very strong, don't understand the standards very well, occasionally don't understand why you have to, take care of certain biodiversity aspects by launching another study about whether there is a rare turtle that is impacted or a special migrating bird and so on, but they get used to it. And part of our role is, of course, to educate them. So apart from what we do on the project side, we do on a systemic level with the country, education programs for institutions to build capacity to first understand why these things have to happen, understand also why their own laws sometimes are going against perhaps the standards that we would like to see and investors would like to see in ESIA. A classic example is a small one, is biodiversity. Many countries don't really have any standards for looking into biodiversity in a professional way, if I can say so. So therefore, we help them get on board supporting this so they don't allow an investment to go ahead without a proper investigation on, for instance, biodiversity, but also the same with people and their community impacts and so on. So that's part of what we do. Now, I think there's one small point I want to make, if I can, on this, and that is about those places where we do run into companies which, lack of a better diplomatic word, are criminals running the companies. And this is not just in our region, it is also in Africa and elsewhere. So how do we deal with that? The answer is we today do not really have a very good leverage. None of us. Whether we're on a buy side or sell side or you name it, we don't have much leverage. The reason is it has to be a matter of law. Now, who could have the leverage? In that element, I think you have to look like someone like, say, EU, big market for metals. You know, we import enormous amount of materials into EU that support 30 million jobs in EU. We are a powerhouse of buying materials. Imagine EU would implement the CERA standard, which is built on top of the TUI infrastructure, and they know what they're doing. So that when you buy cobalt, when you buy lithium and a few other of these very sensitive materials, you could demand your traders that trading this into Europe to have a certification on the responsible sourcing of those specific materials. You may not be able to cover the whole world in one go, of course, but you could extend it to certain materials and certain sort of high-risk areas. Now, if EU would take that step and make this mandatory, then we would, for the first time, have something that can hurt those who do not need money to run their mines because they often self-finance very profitable sales. But they wouldn't be able to sell their materials easily. And at that point in time, you will see change because the corruption that typically is around these mines to officials and so on, all of that will start to hurt. And we will see a change in behavior. Okay. Because like it or not, these people, as we say with different words, they act when it hurts on the wallet. And therefore, in some cases, we need to be able to stop their sales, essentially. Not only the financing to them.
No, absolutely. I'm going to have one more question for Sarah and then maybe pick up some of the comments that we're having in the chat window. Sarah, listening to Eric, Elena, and John, they all seem like very nice people. What are we missing here? I mean, as investors who are trying to be responsible, and we've got, obviously, we invited the nice investors to this panel, but in your workings with the roadmaps and the UN and the working, who are the investors that we don't have here? Who do you think are the problematic financiers and investors, and what are the issues there?
Yeah, great. And I can attest, they are all very nice people. So that's very true. But yes, like who don't we have at the table, at the dinner party table, and who do we need here? From where I sit, it's really the mainstream asset managers, you know, the big portfolio holders. Obviously, you know, as you reflected earlier, we have on the pension fund side, those that are already engaging, but you know, asset managers like the BlackRocks, like State Street, like Vanguard, how do we get them advanced on, my focus area is the human rights side. And having sat down with teams, stewardship teams, private equity teams, even within some of these management firms, there's a real capacity challenge, you know, in understanding what human rights are, what the human rights framework offers. Very often we're seeing this language around ESG, which is understandable. It's gotten us further than we were in the past. It's useful in some ways, but very often I hear, okay, well, you know, civil society groups are asking us to have a human rights policy. But next thing you know, if we put out a human rights policy, we're going to need a child labor policy, and then we're going to need a deforestation policy, and then we're going to need, et cetera. And it feels a bit like whack-a-mole. And so taking a step back and, you know, in a lot of those conversations, it's quite educational to say human rights is relevant across all of those issue areas, and really driving the investment community from an issue by issue or sector by sector approach. And I'm seeing quite a few, kind of sector specific, in existing sectors, but also emerging sectors. And taking that holistic perspective, how do we have a framework that's applicable regardless of the issue that's coming up, the human rights at play, the sector that's at play? And that's where the guiding principles really provide tremendous value. Looking at this process-oriented framework of human rights due diligence. What is your policy? How are you embedding that? A critical component at the governance level. How is human rights coming into play? How are you assessing based on the criteria that are already there within the guiding principles? We're not starting from scratch. We have criteria there that focus on risk to people based on scale, how severe a human rights impact is, scope, how many people are affected, and remediability, how easy is it to put the harm right. Using those criteria so that risk to people is the entry point. It's not risk to the business. And therefore, we can drive reporting, tracking, monitoring, and evaluation based on outcomes for people. So for me, it's getting mainstream investors at the table, and then that outcomes for people at the center of the discussion, particularly when it comes to data. Moving beyond the input-output level of tracking and data provision, even activity level. We've seen so many reports, as you all, I'm sure, have engaged with, attesting to number of trainings, number of audits that have taken place, number of grievances received, without getting to, okay, what's the behavior change taking place within the company? What's the corporate culture changes taking place? How are stakeholders on the ground reflecting on whether those activities are driving better outcomes for people, which is the whole, sort of point of the exercise. And we have data service providers that are trying to get there, but they are far from where we need to be. I would say using leverage, not just on the investor-investee level, but thinking, again, more creatively, using leverage as investors, whatever hat that is, with data service providers and saying, you're not giving me outcomes for people-driven data. And we have some good projects out there. Shift is a leading organization that's doing a project called Valuing Respect. Definitely, I can throw the link in the chat. A really useful thought project that's generating some good research and metrics that are really centered around that outcomes for people angle.
Okay. John, do you want to add something to that?
So I think that's brilliant, and I'm totally with Sarah. I think the UN Guiding Principles is a really practical tool when you get into the mindset of due diligence and how to sort of put it into operation. I would like, my suggestion has been for a while, that we get a UN Guiding Principles set up for biodiversity. So we use the same kind of mindset. So we don't have to teach companies how to operate an issue. We teach them a mindset, and then we utilize that mindset for other topics. I think biodiversity would be excellent put into the UN Guiding Principles framework, because companies then know due diligence and how to prioritize within the frame. We're putting too much pressures on the companies, and they don't know how. There's too much noise and too much pressures. So we need to be street smart here, and I think we can have huge effect on that kind of mindset. Okay. To the BlackRock issue and the asset managers, I think, to Andy's point, and there's a lot about maturity and institutional maturity as well. I think BlackRock is moving. I think BlackRock for a long while was caught of trying to have both Donald Trump and Al Gore as a client. And somewhere along the line, you have to decide which of Al Gore or Donald Trump you want as a client. And I think the younger generation globally is closer to Al Gore than Donald Trump, let's be honest, in the huge majority when it comes to climate change. So you need to choose which way you're going to go, and it's going to be part of your profile and who you are as a company. And that's happening with a lot of asset managers, especially the young generation is driving that change because they want their money to be seen to be invested in the right side. So there's numerous points to this, I would say.
One of the questions that we sort of had in the chat from, I think, Michael Tost, who's also part of the resourcing project. Michael was asking about, do we seem to have too much focus on the extractive the mining companies themselves and not towards manufacturing and lowering consumption of materials elsewhere. To be fair, only John and Eric in this panel come from natural resource background, and the rest are more on a wider sustainability area. But this sort of brings me to the question to maybe we can start with Andy there. Is the investor sector a follower of trends when it comes to sustainability? Because you know the financial sector is a little bit late to the whole game. So should the sector actually be involved in setting standards, whether it's for manufacturing, recycling, or extraction? Or should it sort of say, well, here the UN and the OECD have given us the guidelines, let's just translate this for you and say how this works?
Okay, let me start by saying I don't think the financial sector is accurate.
Yeah.
The buy side isn't late to the game. The banks only came to the game when there was something to sell, so they're naturally late to anything. Let me also directly say, while the large institutions, BlackRock, Fidelity, and so forth, have these conflicts and they may be gradually shifting in the right direction, they are not the ones necessarily financing the least desired projects. So take the Australian Adani coal mine that needed more money. BlackRock themselves, together with Amundi and others, campaigned for them, no one giving them more money. Who ended up giving them money was the State Bank of India. And the State Bank of India itself didn't have enough money to give it, and they were relieved by HSBC. So the two organizations that eventually ended up giving Adani the money here were the State Bank of India, then backed up by HSBC. So it's the bank loans, it's not even the bond market. The entire bond market didn't want that project, but it's the bank loans from the dodgy banks where some individual salespeople at the bank really want the commission of effectively selling that loan, if you want, so that eventually leads to that happening. There's a big campaign on that thing that happened right now. And in this case, the State Bank of India and HSBC, which caused the problem.
Okay.
So,
sorry, just to clarify, people who don't know what the Advani coal project is, this is a coal project in Western Australia, Queensland, which has been under quite a stressful period where they were not being given their licenses to actually start the mining project. And I think the decision went through last month or even this month. So this was the entire debate about Australia trying to be more green, but yet funding a huge coal production and a coal mining project. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's very much against anyone's net zero ambitions. Notably, Australia doesn't have one, of course, yet. So in essence, who is financing the dirtiest project out there? It's individual banks backed up on occasions by other banks like here. So then coming to the question if investors are trend followers, the buy side, so actual investors set trends. They decide what to focus on. They may react to things in society. They may even set governance trends themselves without any company saying that that's an issue, but it's an issue for investors. Sell side, and that's not really investors. Sell side, financial actors, corporate finance salespeople, so-called investment managers, investment bankers. So they certainly run around trends because they're selling. They're running around, they sell whatever they can.
Yep.
And one, I think, has to really see it like that. The buy side sets its own ambitions and has a lot more power to change things for the good than any individual CEO or CFO or CEO has. So the PRI in a period of 10 years became way more important than any corporate initiative out there. And PRI was pretty much very little in 2006, 7, 8. And so investors are setting trends and very much helping to change things. That's the real investors, not those that call themselves investment bankers, pretend to be investors, but actually are just salespeople. And I think that differentiation is very important.
Elena, sort of, if I can come to you, and I don't know if you are able to answer this on behalf of PRI, but Andy does bring up an important issue that most of us don't realize, that there's a buy side and a sell side, and pension funds and investment banks or whatever. Does the PRI differentiate its signatories in any way? In the sense of, if we were to start approaching people who we think can have an impact on responsible sourcing, would the PRI's reporting requirements or signatory requirements allow us to distinguish who has the power to buy and who's got the power on the selling side of investments?
So the way we categorize our signatories is based on how they invest, in terms of do they invest? Do they make investment decisions? But do they make investment decisions on whether they're going to buy listed equity, fixed income or anything else, and how they're going to do that, or whether they are selecting, appointing, and monitoring their managers. And I know that there will be some areas, some sort of groups of investors who will have more weight in this debate, but I think that everyone has a weight, and directly or indirectly, and having a strong opinion about a certain issue means that you're able to educate yourself, and also means you can have a meaningful conversation.
Andy, did you want to come back?
Yeah, just to come in. So PRI, Masuma, that's all buy side. The UN Principle of Responsible Banking, that's the sell side. So PRI is 99% buy side. There's the one or the other bank signed up among investment bankers, but even they are normally signed up with the asset management part. The service provider signature is PRI. They include a couple of sell side, but all the asset owner and asset manager, 95, 99% buy side. The question with them is if Fidelity, say, signs up as a global Fidelity or just the European Fidelity, and the American one that Sarah would talk to isn't actually signed up to PRI. So on the PRI side, it's do you sign up the global organization or just the European or the non-US side of it? It's the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, that's the sell side. And they literally have to say, okay, this is what we're talking about at the UN. This is all the noise we're making. But on the other side, we're issuing all these coal bonds, oil and gas bonds, helping Saudi Aramco raise all this money that's definitely not climate aligned, and so forth. So just to clarify, PRI 95% plus buy side. And I can say this without having looked at all the 3,000, but having looked at 2,000.
Sorry, just quickly before John, you step in. Sarah, would you sort of say the UN guideline principles are more towards the buy side, or?
So it applies to everybody, which is, I know, can be, in some cases, a frustrating answer, because we do need more nuanced implementation tools and case studies, et cetera, for the type of investor. But a key component of the guiding principles is that regardless of size, sector, location, type of business that you are, you have a responsibility to respect people throughout your operations, throughout your core business activity. So this is distinct from the CSR, traditional sort of voluntary approach. And applying this to the investor side, that's a key piece I want to reflect on where we need to go as well, and where our 10+ project is trying to drive the investment community, is understanding that this isn't a specialized, ESG wing or fund offering, or, depending on what type of entity you are. This is about looking across your investment activity, whether that's buy or sell, or, other categories that you want to work with, and looking at what are risks to people involved and how can we mitigate, prevent, and address those risks. So again, it's not about what type of leverage you have, whether that's large or small, but as Alina said earlier, all businesses need to be looking at how they impact people. And more, we're seeing this linked to financial impacts. We have standard setting bodies like SASB, the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board, that is trying to link financial risk to human rights risk and broader environmental risk. And importantly, I think a key driver is the regulatory landscape. We have not just things like the green taxonomy emerging and rapidly developing, but we have things like mandatory human rights due diligence at the European level now coming down the pipeline, and that will impact, on a worldwide market level as well. So my answer is, it doesn't matter. Everybody has a responsibility. Yeah.
We're drawing to a close, and before we do that, John and Eric, I have one yes or no kind of questions for you right there. In terms of people who are coming to sell you projects, do you find that they're reporting more and more on sustainability and responsible sourcing in their project pitches to you, or is it kind of the same as 5 years ago? John, do you want to go first?
I think there's been a large change. I think we're moving definitely in the right direction. I think corporations, over the 25 years I've been working, I think corporations have become, in general, a lot more responsible in how they operate. They have a long way to go. There's a lot of challenges ahead, but I'm very positive on this development, and I think collectively we as stakeholders are pushing the whole economy in the right direction. But you need patience. It's not going to be done overnight.
Okay.
So, but I'm positive.
Eric, better sales pitches coming to the EBRD?
Yeah, so no doubt that both decades of education has and public debate about this is now really, I think we're coming to critical mass a bit. I can feel it because even the companies that, frankly, not because they were not willing, but they were unaware, they are now aware, and there is also a growing willingness, which is very important. My little whip is that I am sad to see there is still a small corner in the sourcing industry where we do not see a change. And that's where I think regulation, mandatory certification from buying markets will be the game changer. We need to be able to, similar to the world could basically mitigate conflict diamonds by proper certification of sourcing and sales. There is a same approach possible on high-risk jurisdictions, which on high-risk type of sources of materials. And I think that is the missing, link. It's very difficult to do politically, but I think it's coming, and I think we will have it within 5 years. So that part of the industry will take its time, but I think it will happen because there is an outcry about it, and there's too much of, we had a victory, and then 5 years later it turned out it wasn't a victory after all, because these companies will do whatever it takes to be nice and friendly to reporting and whatever it takes. And as soon as they're not watched, they are back in bad practice. So we need also certification, and we need the traders in particular to take a bigger responsibilities in what they bring to market than what we see today. So, but on the balance, I think we're on the right track, and I'm actually quite positive.
That's always a good way of ending a panel. Right. Originally, we're just going to go to our little whiteboard where we've been asking all of our panelists to say one message that they'd like to pass on. Now, originally, I had intended this message from you to other investment people. And I'm realizing that the investment community is also so different in the way they behave. So how about we do a bridging exercise instead? For us non-financial people who just assume that all you investors are the same thing, what one key message would you like us to understand about investment and financial and understanding investment and responsible sourcing? I'm happy for you. I know I'm springing this on you, so I'm happy for you to stick to your old question. But if you were going to give us non-financial people one key advice on understanding financial investment and responsible sourcing, what would that one key message be? You're welcome to speak, and our lovely, I'm not allowed to call them minions, but they're really, really effective. Our conference team will type them out on our little whiteboard as we go along. Lena, I keep feeling like I pick on you because you're starting with an E, but okay, let's then do it truly in an alphabetical order, and Andy gets to go first. Andy, one key message.
One key message: the buy side is your friend, the sell side sells everything for anyone.
All right, Annie, there's a lot of cynicism there, which I can appreciate. I can appreciate.
Just for the record, investment bankers do not invest, right?
Okay.
So
they sell.
They advise on selling. They don't even sell.
Okay. Elena, one key message to us non-financial people.
So it's kind of a mixture now of from what I was going to say and what we. So I just think three main things here that really we need to keep an eye on in no particular order. One is education, because we can't expect that all financial actors will be equally educated and aware and able to have meaningful conversations on this particular topic or any other specific topic. So, and also on the other hand, of course, I think those who are talking to investors need to be educated on, what they are, what they do. So education, I think, is one point. Standardization, obviously, is something that I think is really important for both sides again. So then you have something to compare and something to pair and something to actually get and by standardization, I also mean clear definitions and knowing what we mean, and when we talk about certain terms, what do we mean? And accountability. And I think this again goes both to the corporate side as well as the investor side, and making sure that when we, yes, ambitious goals is really good and we really, really want to see that, but we also want to make sure that it's not just words and not just empty promises. So those would be the three main things that I think is worth kind of
I
pushing them.
absolutely agree with those, especially the education bit, I think for everyone. Eric, key message.
Yeah, did I?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, I think I'm never good to fit into a box, but I will try. So I will just say, the answer to the question there is visit our website, get our mining strategy. I think it gives a very good introduction to what is required for a company to attract financing and satisfy high standards on sustainability and responsible sourcing.
Okay, that's lovely. You've given us an entire document to read. Very nicely done.
It's 20 pages PowerPoint. It's very easy. It's done for sort of like an appetizer, but I think it's very spot on, and it gives good examples of what we can do and what we cannot do. And we're the only IFI that has a document like that, by the way.
Excellent. We'll pick that up. John, from Greenpeace to Swedish Pension Fund, how are you going to sort of give that to us in a sentence?
Very soon, only responsible companies will make money.
That's an excellent piece of advice. And Sarah, you get to be have the last word.
Well, I'm crossing my fingers for John's. Hope it is very, very soon. Yeah, so I would say, kind of going to Andy's points as well, map and understand the investment ecosystem. So not thinking, terminology, investors, versus banks, and you can get into the weeds quite easily there, but understanding the universe of actors that are all involved, how they relate to each other, and thinking again creatively about how to use those leverage points between those various actors. This isn't just about investor investee. This is about both buy and sell side, as Andy is making the great points around. It's about data service providers. It's about consultants that are working with all these actors. It's about proxy advisors, index fund providers. There's so much we didn't get into. But regulators and civil society organizations really mapping out the full ecosystem and not just narrowing in on these discrete leverage points. And then the second piece, I would say around accountability, and Alina mentioned this, but holding investors as accountable as we're holding mining companies or producers, consumers, looking more and more at how campaigns, naming and shaming, regulatory actions, liability can be applied to the financial universe. We haven't had enough of an eye turning towards holding financial actors accountable. So accountability is key.
Okay. Thank you everyone for a very interesting conversation. And I haven't been checking my Twitter feed in the middle of this. We've sort of got the moderators and other panelists giving us certain insights. And one of the insights was this conversation was so interesting that it didn't lead to questions in the chat function, which I'll take as a compliment. Summing up, I think the idea is, for most of us who come from an environmental, social, and political background, the financial sector is a new entity for us. And I think we are trying to understand what it is. And from Andy's introduction to that last remark, I think we have a better understanding of what is going on in the finance sector. And it has its own tensions. What kind of investors? What do you do with a certain group? What power you have and what can you influence? I think that's something that we're going to sort of develop further in the next 3 years of this project, at least. I liked Elena's point about education, and I think that goes both ways. There's an assumption that we automatically assume either financial people really don't care about the rest of the planet, but as we've met at least 5 nice people today, we can assume they're nice people in the rest of the finance sector. And we need to talk about that language. We need to learn as much of what they're talking about as they do about what we're talking about. And I think that dialogue is going to be a very interesting one, at least for the resourcing project and for other works. I would just like to say thank you very much for a very interesting panel. I think we learned a lot. And Sarah, thank you for waking up that early in the morning, and good luck with your country today. I think the rest of the world is also going to breathe mostly a sigh of relief after.
Yeah, we need it.
And thank you. Peter, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Masuma, thank you very much indeed. Great dinner party, and it's for me to do the washing up now. Well, in fact, it's for all of us to do the washing up because we've got one session left. We're going to come back at in 15 minutes time, and really in that session, we're going to be trying to pull some of the strands together. Really think of some of the key messages emerging from the day and a half that we've had so far. Think maybe as to whether there are some big ideas that might give us further impetus, or whether everything that can be done is being done. And also just reflection on how we use the tool of the resourcing project to take us forward. So it's going to be a tight 1 hour session from 14:55. Please do join us, but for now, have a cup of tea, and just to see on there, also take note of how you can connect into this program beyond this particular conference. But for now, enjoy your 15-minute break, and we'll see you back at 14:55. Thanks very much. Okay. Just letting people return from various refreshment breaks before we go into the final session. So I appreciate this has been quite a intense day and a half looking at the issue of responsible sourcing from all different angles. And thank you to those who have kept the faith and continued in the conversation. We know others will join us, and also we know that people are linking in on the YouTube channel as well. So we hope that many of the messages that have come over the last couple of days have helped to focus minds, thoughts and ideas on the discussions as they move forward. Just a reminder, the resourcing project is a 4-year program, and it's really a platform to try and work out where the most fruitful discussions are in encouraging action forwards on responsible sourcing. And it was felt at the end of this first conference, it was worth us really just trying to take a breath, draw some of the strands together and reflect on what we're learning and what maybe some of the key messages moving forwards are. And we're going to have a discussion shortly about where maybe some of the greatest prospects and barriers are to moving this agenda forward. Maybe looking also at seeing, are there any big ideas out there that really could galvanize responses, given the timing urgency of so many of the issues we're facing as societies and as a planet, and also a reflection on what this might mean in terms of taking the resourcing project a little bit further forward. But really, first of all, I'd like to bring Andy Endel back into the conversation, who's been the mastermind or one of the masterminds behind the conference and is part of the core team. Andy, you've been listening intently over the last day and a half. You started it off, so so I hope you're encouraged by some of the messages coming out, and just wonder whether you'd like just to take a few moments on maybe just one or two reflections on what's perhaps emerging that might inform our discussion to come. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you very much, Peter. And first, I'd like to say it was a pleasure really to see these tremendously deep conversations emerging along so many different topics. Most important through the 4 driver sessions we had on engagement of frontline communities for advocacy and awareness building, for frontrunners and business alliances in making the way to responsible sourcing. And today, most importantly, I think the interplay of policy and industry standards and their role in bringing us forward for responsible sourcing. And last, a quite recent and new discussion on how the financial sector could galvanize kind of the meaningful transition as a new player on the field. And I would like really to take a step back and really pull out some important messages I found tremendously important, and also cross-cutting across these 4 quite diverse things. So let's take a step back and go into a bird's eye view of bring us back at the main idea of the conference and a lot of the issues that have been discussed. So in how far we are actually making progress for implementing responsible sourcing on these various ends of drivers. And we see quite a different level of momentum and progress when looking at, for example, the finance sector compared to what industry standards have been achieved so far. But as one, I think, common thread that was kind of cross-cutting along the different sessions we had, and is the rationale that proactive agency actually is something that is a prerequisite for action. The idea that then when there is a problem, actors come together and resolve and address it to find common solutions that work for everybody. And this has been mentioned in a way that there need to be the right stakeholders on board. We need to have a balanced power distribution of what actors could actually achieve. And for that purpose, we need to have effective governance structures. And these are actually somehow, it seems, the ingredients to really boost actions and initiate change for really the stakeholders to get this kind of ownership and commitment to bring actions on the board. This has been seen in the advocacy and awareness session yesterday, in the sense that we need to proactively connect with frontline communities and treat them as allies rather than see them as adversaries. Yesterday in the Frontliners and Business Alliances session, that it's important who sits actually on governance boards in the alliances, and that frontrunners can play a role in bringing up the standard of what we want to achieve with responsible sourcing and how we want to manage things. And also today in the policy and industry standard sessions, that in order to facilitate this alignment on what is responsible sourcing on the international level, what could it achieve as a benchmark for both industry and policy action, there is a need for dialogue among governments and industry standard setters to make this happen. So really, to bring this all together, my question would be for the last wrap-up session for the panel in particular, and for the participants chiming in on this, is given this agency problem, how do we bring in the actors that are not yet convinced, that are not yet in the fold of our RS agenda, responsible sourcing, that don't see the value? And is this kind of agency for a proactive and front-run approach, is this counteractive to bringing players along of the entire value chain? Is it rather creating groups of actors that are left out of the discussion? And if that is so, what are actually the underlying factors that hinder this bringing in players that are not yet convinced, that are need to see the value behind what's responsible sourcing? And what are the big ideas that actually could change that perception, or could change the kind of nuts and bolts that give us this perception of how things work in responsible sourcing agenda? And that's it really from my side, to really kind of give a bit of idea and stimulus for the discussion in the panel discussion later on. And it's back to you, Peter, and thank you for giving us the room, for giving a bit of an overview.
Okay, Andy, thank you very much. And I don't envy you the challenge of synthesizing all the comments and the discussions that have taken place over the last day and a half. There's a really a rich source to be mined in a responsible fashion from you. Just before I turn to my panel for some final discussion, I've just got a couple more polling questions that I'd just like to have a go with. So just a reminder, if you go on to push the chat button at the bottom of the screen, and then go on to push the link, which is just about to come up. In fact, it is there. Please follow this link for the polling. And then I just got two questions that might give us just some interesting insights on how people are feeling at this moment of time. First of all, what is the realistic prospect for achieving a meaningful global transformation towards responsible sourcing? It's that time of the afternoon in the coming decade. So the thinking behind this is that we have big challenges. One that's an elephant sitting in the room is the whole issue of climate change. We are set on a target for a massive transition to net zero carbon. That's on a timescale and urgency. And what I'm interested to hear from those on the line is that realistic prospect for achieving a meaningful global transformation towards responsible sourcing in the coming decade. And I guess I'd like you to put on the scale there from no chance, we're just way out of it, to yeah, it'll definitely happen. We've got real momentum taking place here. Responsible sourcing is going to be the essential part of doing business. It's how we do business. So I'd just like to give you a minute or so to think where on that line about that realistic prospect for achieving a meaningful global transformation towards responsible sourcing in the coming decade? What's your assessment of that? So again, for those who are still navigating their way through, you go to the chat button at the bottom. That throws up the link to the polling question. And then we're off and away. Okay, I'm going to see what the response is. So if we could have the answers. So there we are. 6.1. So that's saying, yeah, we have some real prospect of doing that. We've got a long way to go, but certainly we're beyond no hope. There is prospect out there. So that's quite interesting, and our panelists might want to reflect on that. Maybe some would say we have to achieve global transformation towards responsible sourcing in the coming decade if we have any chance of having a meaningful quality of life on this planet for all people. Okay, I'm going to move to the second question. And a lot of the conversation is between the role of society, politics, policymakers, and the role of businesses themselves in responsible sourcing. So it's a crude question, but which sector offers the greatest prospect for delivering a meaningful shift towards responsible sourcing? So is it the public sector through governments, international, national, regional, European, etc.? Is it the business sector, or is it other? I realize that everybody has a role, but if you were to say particularly which sector offers the greatest prospect for delivering that shift, which would it be? Okay, so once again, if we could have the result on that one. So that's interesting. And again, that might come out through the conversation we're about to have. But strong from this small grouping, strong push towards society needs to define the playing field that works in the interests of people. And that is the key, should be the greatest area to deliver this meaningful shift. So we hold on that. That is quite interesting. And what I'd like to do now is to turn to my panel. And I think we've got one or two late changes. I feel we're moving from the dinner party, maybe beyond the washing up, to the after dinner coffee discussion. So I'd like to just introduce our panel. And I think others will tell me because I think we've got a couple of people who at late notice are not able to join us. But first of all, delighted we're joined by Mafraya. Sorry, excuse me for a moment. I'm finding the right page. So many things going on here. Maria Nyberg, who's from the DG for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs. And Maria, great to have you with us. I know you're working mainly in the energy efficiency industries and the DG Grow raw materials unit, and responsible for policy on sustainability and secondary raw materials. So great to have you with us. We also have Tyler Gillard back with us, I think. Oh no, Tyler is not with us, forgive me. We've got Rebecca Burton from IRMA, who was in an earlier panel. Also Sarah Blackwell, And finally, Masuma is rejoining us, having organized the dinner party and done all the cooking, with joining us back for that final conversation we're going to have. So what I really want to do is to take a little bit of conversation forward. I know not everybody has followed all parts of the conference, but I hope it'll be able to offer us some key reflections. And I wonder, Mafreya, if I come to you first, because you're new to the conversation, others have followed it through during the day and a half. I'm just interested in maybe a couple of your reflections on maybe where we're at and maybe the biggest prospect for achieving that further meaningful shift towards responsible sourcing, and where you might see that maybe the biggest barriers to us making progress. So over to you just for a couple of initial comments.
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me well?
It's good.
So happy to join at this last moment of this exchange. It's been really fascinating day and a half for me to follow this from the Commission side. So just to refer to that, responsible sourcing and responsible mining, it's an integral part of the EU raw material strategy. And I believe that it is clear to everyone that the discussions yesterday and today have really shown that responsible sourcing and due diligence, it's growing in importance throughout the raw materials value chain, becoming something of a new normal, something of a new business reality. I just like to take a little bit a helicopter perspective, looking a little bit at the resourcing project, which is an investment through Horizon 2020, and projects in which we take a great interest and have the pleasure of following closely. So ultimately, the resourcing project, it is about feeding into the securing securing access of sustainable resources, which are key for the EU economy in delivering on the Green Deal. On this theme, we published a communication in September last year. It contains the 2020 list of critical raw materials. And we are also suggesting some 10 actions to reduce the criticality on a number of raw materials. It is about strengthening our open strategic autonomy. And in this communication, we suggest to pool efforts of companies, subnational and national authorities, and EU institutions in some different key areas. It's about developing resilient value chains for EU industrial ecosystems. It's about reducing dependency on primary critical raw materials, as item that came up in the discussions yesterday, through promotion of circular use of resources, of sustainable products and innovation. It's about strengthening sustainable and responsible domestic sourcing and processing from within the EU. And it is about diversifying supply with sustainable and responsible sourcing from third countries. It's about strengthening the rules-based open trade in raw materials and about removing distortions to international trades. And Action 10 in our 2020 Critical Raw Materials Action Plan, it is about promoting responsible mining practices for critical raw materials through regulatory initiatives and by joining forces with international partners. And I like to mention here as an example of these kind of regulatory initiatives, the our new regulatory framework for batteries that we proposed a couple of weeks ago in December last year, in which we make clear that sustainable and ethical sourcing of raw materials will need to be demonstrated, and transparency and accountability will be required. This proposal now takes its further steps in the process with the co-legislators. So that is a little bit trying to bring to see how the resourcing project, how it fits into the overall EU raw materials policy, what our main priorities in that area are. And I can only say as a conclusion that not only in the proposal for the new regulatory framework for sustainable batteries, but also in the proposal that was mentioned by our colleague from DG Just yesterday on the corporate social, on that proposal, and the sustainable finance framework. So it is really the political winds are blowing into the right direction at the moment. That is what I can see.
Maria, I love the analogy of the political winds blowing in a positive direction. And it's very interesting to see some of these initiatives coming through the European Commission. If you had a moment of pause and feeling that maybe the winds are not quite blowing as fast and as forcefully as they could, just wondering if you have a hesitation or a sense of a barrier, something that's still holding back real progress on these types of agendas. What would you highlight?
Well, perhaps a little bit something of a reflection that came up in the excellent session that was managed by you, Masuma, just now. The risk of that we keep preaching for the already believing ones, that we kind of stick into the cocon of those that are already convinced. Whereas yesterday, I believe when we had in the advocacy session, we had the voices from local communities coming up, which take where many take a different view, and well, it is not it's nothing revolutionary, but really to maintain the dialogue, no matter how far away we seem to be. I think it is crucial, and I welcome the efforts within the resourcing projects in that direction. Right. And when we talk about raw materials, one aspect that we cannot look aside from is that when we talk about primary sourcing, is that the raw materials, they are located where they are, and that is a fact. So in any case, that is something that we need to relate to. But I would stress the need for to maintain dialogue with the different stakeholders throughout.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Rebecca, come to you from from IRMA. You're obviously steeped in this area. If you were sensing, okay, where could we really push some further effort to get further impetus? Would you highlight anything in particular? And also, if there's a barrier that is dragging us backwards or not as far forward as we should do, that we might actually focus on, what might you highlight?
Sure. The answers are very related. So what pushes us forward? Again, we're a voluntary standard, so it's the market. And I'll just speak to that a little bit more. I mean, the market ultimately asking for responsible sourcing. And by doing that in a way, so we talk about policy and the fact that then if you put something into policy, a company has to meet it. Similarly, if you put into a contract that a supplier has to meet a certain, that has to go through a certain standard or be certified against a certain standard, then there's teeth behind it. And so there is a powerful market push. Some of our members, for example, BMW and Mercedes, have both actually said, we're going to put into our contracting the requirement for IRMA. And so through the contract, you bring to the table suppliers who might otherwise not enter. And so I would just say where I see a lot of power is the market push, and also because there's so much nimbleness sort of in the market, right? There's a lot of, it can move sometimes quicker than other players in this space. And the only other thing that I wanted also to touch on that came up in our session was, do we need to offer higher prices for mines that are operating responsibly? And I think there can be a discussion to have there, but we also hear from mining companies, maybe it's not necessarily that we're getting more money for the goods when we operate responsibly, but it could be that we're just getting contracts with suppliers that we want to have relationships with. With purchasers that we as suppliers want to have relationships with, because we know that companies that are managing their ESG factors responsibly are often also managing their business well. And so you as a supplier want to have relationships with those companies, right? Because that long-term contract then becomes very valuable to you. So that's what I would say in terms of what I see as a positive and a strong lever. And then sort of relatedly, I think one of the barriers that we see is just all of the different levels in the supply chain. So how do you make the connections if the market and if the purchasers are really going to drive what happens all the way back at the mine? How do you make all of the connections all the way through? And I would say that's a big hurdle that we're still facing. And I think Bryce spoke to that really well, actually, in our session from Wine Cobalt.
Rebecca, thank you very much. Same question to you, Sarah, if I might, from the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights. You were in the session talking specifically about finance, but if you were to go up in your electric-powered helicopter and just have a broader view of where the real prospects for further momentum on the responsible sourcing agenda might be, but also what the biggest anchor, the barrier to moving us forwards were, what would you offer into the pot?
Sorry, muted.
We should be able to. It suggests you're not muted, but we can't hear you. So still challenged. That's a first when I've seen that there's no mute.
How about now?
That's perfect. Wonderful.
Okay. I think it's an ear pod issue. Okay, great. So you can hear me now. So thanks, Peter. And for those who weren't in the last session, so I'm an advisor to the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and we're now taking on this next decade project. So thinking very much around these two key questions. What are the prospects going forward in the next decade on responsible sourcing, but really broadly speaking, responsible business activity, and what are key barriers? So really pertinent and timely question. So on the prospects side, I would say three key buckets. The movement we're seeing, and I'm biased because I was just in the last session on rewiring finance and getting the full financial ecosystem at the table, recognizing that even if we're getting various multinational enterprises to small and medium enterprises moving forward, if those that are financing their activities aren't on board and using their leverage in ways that progress responsible activity, then we're really taking one step forward and many steps back. So getting financial actors at the table, getting the others at the table to understand financial incentives, language, relationships, is something that we have capacity building to do around, but we're seeing really promising movement there. Secondly, I would say the smart mix. So this is something that the guiding principles talks about in the OECD guidelines. I see Tyler has joined us, which is great. Really reinforces this idea that we need to drive mandatory measures as much as we do voluntary measures. So the regulatory developments that we're seeing at the EU level, really promising on sustainable finance to human rights due diligence, that driving regulatory developments in other markets as well. And when we have large firms that have services or products in the European market, that trickles down even here, like for instance, in the United States where I'm based. And then promising third bucket for me is the next generation. So thinking about not just millennial investors who are due to invest the bulk of wealth and really prioritizing sustainability, social, environmental, governance issues, but employees in thinking through the greatest talent across sectors, them really wanting to put their work towards responsible business activity, and even the next business leaders. I'm a lawyer by training, and there was always kind of human rights courses there, but we're seeing more and more business schools putting in place courses, driving leadership models around responsible business activity. And then on the barrier side of things, I would say trying not to reinvent the wheel. So we have things like the UN Guiding Principles, OECD guidelines, have very clear human rights standards on the S side of things that also relate to environmental governance issues, key criteria there, key due diligence steps, making sure that we're embedding these standards that are already in existence into all of those other developments that are happening. Core gap is data. We just don't have enough meaningful and robust data, especially on outcomes for people. So we really need data service providers to step up. We need those that use that data to use their leverage in pushing for more meaningful data that drives towards behavior change, corporate culture change, and outcomes for people. And then lastly, I'll finish up here on remedy. This is in the guiding principles speak. We have a third pillar under the guiding principles on access to remedy. The first being government action, the second business action. And the third pillar is very often referenced as the forgotten pillar. Not enough focus on when harms do occur, because they will, no matter how good our policies are, governance systems are, embedding, assessment, prioritization. Harm will happen. So what do we do when that does occur? What types of legal liability regimes do we have in place to ensure that affected rights holders are given meaningful and effective remedy as much as possible? Lots to do in that area. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's quite a menu, but really interesting. Tyler, great to have you with us again. You were with us in the policy and standards discussion earlier, and lovely to have you back, really just to draw those one or two of those bigger picture thoughts as we move forward, and really discussing about, okay, well, given that we all seem to have a shared sense of needing to increase and deepen momentum and impact within responsible sourcing, if you see a greatest prospect for how we increase the intensity of activity with impact in this area, and also maybe the things that are holding us back most, what would your offering into the space be?
Thank you, Peter, and apologies to my fellow panelists for being a little bit late. It's great to see, though, some of you again. Well, I think a lot has been said. It's very difficult to come at the end of these things. Yeah. So many smart people in the discussions. But maybe I would take away three big observations on my side that connect with a lot of what's been said. I mean, the first is, sadly, it's money. It's this issue that we got into our panel, and it sounds like also the previous is, is responsible sourcing being valued by the market, and how are costs going to be shared along supply chains in an equitable way? I mean, I think actually the sharing of costs is one side of the money equation. I mean, we want to improve conditions of work. We want to pay people more. We want to reduce our impact environment. That costs money. Someone's going to need to pay for that. So one option is, of course, we need to agree on models for sharing costs equitably and figuring out who pitches in which aspect of the supply chain, who's paying for what. There have been ideas around polluter pays principles that I saw in the chat, but there's also other types of cost sharing models, tariffs at choke points, et cetera, that I think we need to agree on. That's one, money. But other than sharing costs, another way to bring money is obviously to talk about access to responsible finance. And in a lot of particularly when we're talking about small and medium-sized enterprises in the middle of that chain. So, entities that might be exporters of ores or traders of metals, they may not be in places where access to finance is, available at competitive rates. And if it's 18% interest on my loan to access finance for a trade, well, I'm never going to be able to take out that loan. That is just prohibitive for me. I'm never going to be able to invest in my supply chain because I just don't have a bank that will pony up. And commodities in general is a very high risk for banks. They have to have a lot of capital requirements on the books. So banks in developing countries just don't have that. And I think we need to think about the money equation and really focus on it. How do we share costs, but how do we also increase access to finance and also just lower the cost of doing business in some of these regions? So that would be the first observation is money. Unfortunately, it's something that we really need to be focused on. Someone's got to pay for improvement in the world, right? And whether it's consumers, whether it's the middle of the chain, whether it's banks, whether it's we reduce costs, someone needs to pay for it. And I don't think we're talking about that enough, to be honest. Well, those conversations are happening, like in blended finance, the sustainable development sphere, but we're not connecting them. And I think that's my second observation. So money is the first. Second is the connecting tissue. And I feel like we are missing some of that. And we heard Rebecca make reference to, we need that connecting tissue, not only within the supply chain, so miners, processors, consumers, but also between the policy communities here. I mean, as a policymaker, I'm constantly talking to different policy communities because where is responsible sourcing sit? Is it the mines ministry? Is it development ministry? Is it finance? Is it economy? Is it trade? Well, it's kind of everybody. But as we know, when responsibilities are diffuse, it's no one's responsibility. And that's the same thing in government. And I think we are not doing well enough in connecting law enforcement, so customs, financial intelligence units, with the policy people and the trade people, with the trade enforcement people. And there's this ecosystem and within the supply chain. So the connecting tissue is, I feel like, really what's missing in this debate, particularly because metals and responsible sourcing touches on so many policy areas across so many jurisdictions. And we need to organize competitors, not just within one metal, but across different metals for different downstream industries. So it is a bit of a Herculean task. And that's something we, I think, try to do a little bit, is connect those people. And I guess my third observation is, what mechanisms then do we have in place to look at the money question, to look at the connecting tissue question? Forums like this, I think, are super important. And I think hopefully, what we can do is build learnings from this forum into other forums. And I'll give a little pitch. We do have the OECD Forum on Mineral Supply Chains the first week of April. And hopefully, I'd love to work with the organizers and think about how do we take some of these learnings and actually move the discussion forward. So we're not just having these one-off discussions over and over. So we need the mechanisms for thinking about the money question and the connecting tissue. But we also need the data. That's part of the mechanisms. I agree completely with Sarah. In order to understand these issues, we need to have good data. And I don't think we're also, when we started our journey at the OECD, we had already started by, collecting data and developing a baseline, but we're only doing that now, I have to say, 8-9 years later. And we're making progress in understanding the uptake and the impact, but it's still very early days. So we need to get that data question. That's part of the mechanism in order to make it all work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some significant thoughts there. Massimo, I might just bring you in, whether you want to just add anything in at this stage to that conversation about where those real prospects for getting that more meaningful shift from what you've heard over the day and a half and your work with Minor Hut. Anything you'd like to add into the pot at this stage?
Okay, I'm going to give a metaphor-heavy comment, and I ask for forgiveness for this, but that's the best way I can visualize this. In the 2 days, we've looked at 4 little fountains. One was advocacy, one was regulations, one was business, and one was finance. And what we've discovered is that those fountains are all gurgling. There's stuff at the bottom, it's starting to rise. But the one thing that was very clear is those fountains are not interconnecting. There's a little bit of spillover between the 4 segments that we were talking about, but these 4 silos are not actually talking to each other. Occasionally we get a little spillover effect, but it's not happening. And so we set the basis. We found our fountains, we put our water in, and it's coming out. Great. We've got all these creative ideas. But my concern is in lockdown language, whether we're getting stuck in our support bubbles, whether we're actually just saying, okay, no, I'm only going to talk to people who understand the language that I speak. I don't have time to look at other people, because there is enough going within the silos. So one of my greatest barriers right now, Peter, is, are we talking enough on the top level? Yes, work still needs to be done within each of these silos, but are we missing out on that cross-sectoral knowledge that has now been generated within the responsible sourcing world? When I did my studies years and decades ago, responsible sourcing was not a term we used in development studies. Now you can't get away without using that word. So my concern is, we have knowledge at the bottom. It is starting to gurgle up, but unless we make a conscious effort to now get into cross-sectoral silo learning, we're not going to get anywhere. Right. My second question, sorry, just very quickly, let's not reinvent the wheel, but maybe we need to change the wheel. We're getting onto rocky grounds. We're getting onto slippery, snow-covered roads now. I am all for, God, please, not another standard in the world. But I am concerned about, especially with COVID and what the global economy is going to go through in the next couple of years, we may need to change our wheel and how we operate and how we get all the aspects of responsible sourcing going, because it is definitely a rocky road ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I wonder whether I could come out and anyone at any point, if you want to react to what you've heard from the others, just wave a hand. But Maria, I'd like to bring you in. Working in the Commission, you're in a world full of silos with lots of rhetoric about silo busting. And we've obviously got the Green Deal is a way of almost having a strategic opportunity. And I just wonder whether you've got an observation and maybe hope about that way of, as Tyler put it, it's the connecting tissue, because you may feel you are in one of those silos. Do you have any insights about how we might be able to make some of those cross connections in a more effective way and possibly push this agenda to a higher level as well of commitment?
One small mini input into that is a proposal you mentioned, Tyler, an upcoming event in a couple of weeks' time that you are setting up. I would like to refer to, at the end of the year, in November, the annual Raw Materials Week. It will be between the 15th and 19th preliminarily. I think it would be a good occasion for reaching out broadly to the raw materials community. We have some 2,000 plus people joining this event. I think that would be a good moment to liaise and to create connections. But other than that, I'm not sure I'm sharing this silo view from the Commission. Actually, things are changing, and the Green Deal, it is really, bringing all of us under this strategy. It is really the growth strategy of the whole of the EU. So I'm not really sharing the silo view. And another remark is that I think that we talk about the millennials and the next generation. I think that we need to come up with new pictures, because I don't think that my children who are 20 and 22, they don't even understand what a silo is. And by the way, it's not used anymore because you have other methods of processing the hay. Anyway, so we need new pictures for the next generations, and the silo. I think that the Green Deal is one major step apart, moving away from the silo perspective, and also the fact that we see proposals relating to due diligence and sustainability from different sides of the Commission. It is from the DG Justice side, from the environmental side, from the industry policy side, from the financial market side, I think that it emerges from different areas. It's a collective effort, really.
Okay, I'd like to bring others in as you feel the impetus. Particularly, I think I'm building on something that a couple of things that Tyler said. One was that the infrastructure to actually take this forward requires thought and resourcing. All good dialogue processes take time and resources, and particularly that connecting tissue is often connecting in ways that haven't been connected before. And I'm just intrigued as to whether people feel that there is prospect for an injection of will and resources to create some of that connecting tissue, but also to resource this whole area more. I think we heard in one of the previous panels, someone said, it's all great having standards and all this stuff, but it's actually delivery on the ground that counts, and it's being able to monitor that and assess that really makes the difference. So I'm just wondering whether this is there's a huge potential here, but this is almost a resource-starved area that's only allowing us to make limited progress. Does anyone want to comment on that? Masuma.
Putting on my Meinhoter hat for a moment. Some of the concepts that we talk about in responsible sourcing are not new. Labor laws, environmental laws, social governance laws, these have existed for 20, 30 years. Some of them are really high spec, some of them are not. And I think the issue is capacity there. And we seem to have sort of let governments off, and by governments, I mean all across the world. We seem to have let governments off from this responsibility of enforcing the laws that they themselves have. And that, for me, is an area we need to come back to. In our conversation about advocacy and local communities, both the community representatives were talking about areas where governments have signed off on mining licenses without consulting their own communities. And we were saying, well, it's something the mining company now needs to deal with. And I sort of want to come back to that and say, hold on, what happened to government responsibilities? Because some of the principles of responsible sourcing are already enshrined in law. Child labor is enshrined in law. So I would love to hear how people think resources are going back to governments and saying, do the job that people elected you for. Is that too old a concept for us to be bringing back in at this stage?
Would someone like to comment on that? I wonder, Sarah, I mean, you have a fascinating overview seeing what's happening in many nations around the world. And do you want to respond to that?
Sure. I mean, I think in answer to your original question, Peter, my mind immediately went to compliance and regulatory requirements that then ostensibly drive better resourcing of these as priority issue areas. But I think Masuma's point is really key. You know, we have health and safety, environmental regulations that have been there, but we haven't gotten to where we need to go. So enforcement being a critical area that governments need to really focus on. I mean, this is where the guiding principles plays such an important role in having that first pillar be around the state duty to protect against business-related human rights harms. And of course, it's not an either or, you know, if governments are not fulfilling that duty, businesses still need to step up and be fulfilling their responsibilities. But governments thinking of themselves not only as regulators of companies, but business actors themselves. So I think Masuma is getting to this point quite a bit in government contracts, in development finance, all of these ways in which they themselves are key economic actors and how they need to be practicing what they preach. So from the working group sort of landscape across the board, honing in on these areas on policy coherence, but, you know, trade, investment agreements, you know, areas that governments really need to practice what they preach.
Right. I suppose it's interesting as to whether at this stage, our politics and particularly our global politics is kind of in a state of not a mess, but but we're quite challenged trying to get any great agreements, and our friends in America have have, you know, in which we've always looked for great leadership, have made things maybe a little more confusing, maybe just in the short term. But the backcloth is not an easy one for really trying to encourage government to step up to the plate further. Maria, you wanted to come in on this one.
Yes, please. Sorry, just wondering, do you have any ideas on you highlighted the need for the better data. Any ideas on how to make that happen? Any ideas to improve that?
Anyone got a, Tyler?
I mean, perhaps not from a global level, but one thing I think that we're doing at the OECD is we're trying to create, and we'll actually be releasing it for a public consultation quite soon, a monitoring and evaluation framework, not that necessarily that we would use, but also that everybody would try to use, so that we're all speaking the same language. We've been working on this for about 18 months with support from the EU as well. And it's been with a group of academics and experts that have developed it. And it's been a long time coming, and it looks at indicators and like a theory of change from all the way from buying all the way to the mine and back up. So it's not going to be perfect, but that's at least it's a very concrete project that we are working on. It's intended to be globally used and applied, and everyone can input into it. So that's the whole idea. It will eventually be an open source thing online. So that's one idea, but I mean, I'm sure others on the panel probably have good ideas as well.
Masuma, did you want to come in? Yeah.
Towards that, I think before data collection, the glossary definition is much more important. And this is something Andy was talking about in the last panel, and I think Bertrand talked about it in the business alliances, defining what you're measuring. So everybody agrees to that definition, which is producing a glossary. And I think the EU non-financial directive and sustainable finance task forces are already working on defining that glossary. And I think that's going to be an important bit of saying we all agree on what we are measuring. And then it's about collecting and making it publicly available. Tyler, I don't know how much of your efforts are overlapping with these other glossaries being made in other projects.
We do start with a glossary. We spent about almost a year on that with the team. And there's a number of, I mean, those are on the call or here might be participating in that process already, but I'm happy to liaise with everybody on this forum and provide info on that.
Right. I just want to move us on a little bit as we draw towards the close. I just wondered, it feels to me that there is a seismic shifts going on out there in the world. We only have to look at climate change. We only have to look at the science that is saying we've basically got 10 years to really turn around the direction that we are going. World Resources Forum throwing out all sorts of issues about our use, unsustainable use of resources, etc. Every sort of metric seems to be shouting that we are in a crisis, and then you've got a whole set of human issues, social issues about inequality, poverty, all the rest of it. And this is feeling suddenly much more urgent. And I'm just wondering, I'm hearing from all the sessions and this discussions, things we can do when we make progress, and that's great. I just wondered out there, is there any need for a big idea, something that really captures collective imagination and impetus to move forward? Or is the model, we're doing lots of different things, you know, let's get on with it, we're fine, we'll make the connections. I just wondered whether there is an appetite for some sort of a real kind of seismic changing big idea in this sphere that might galvanize us forward. Who's got a big idea? Tyler, give me a
Sorry,
whopper.
Peter, I was going to say that I'm sorry to respectfully probably disagree a little bit. I think we have a tendency to try to latch on to new ideas all the time. It's more interesting and curious and kind of fun.
Yeah.
But I think what we're lacking is delivering on the ideas we've already made, actually. And I think there's a lot of good ideas out there, but getting, you know, rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty to put it into place and, you know, is much harder than coming up with the idea. I know there's been discussion earlier, for example, about, blockchain technology is a perfect example. Like in theory, blockchain could be a really transformative technology for the supply chain and providing information and reducing the costs. But in order to actually implement it with credible information coming in and coming out, you still need boots on the ground. You still need all that ecosystem that is just not in place. So the technology is going to be limited by the fact that the implementing on the ground is not happening. So sorry, the big idea is implement. Like, let's just keep focused on it. Let's not be deterred by all the challenges, because let me tell you, 10 years ago, we were way further away on this discussion. I know people we can criticize and say the guidances or the benchmarks are not bad enough and they should be, that's fine. But 10 years ago, people weren't even, companies particularly, weren't even accepting they had a real responsibility to address this. So we have made huge progress. And I think we just need to keep our eye on the ball there. Sorry, it's not as exciting. There's no right idea, but I feel like that's the reality a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy. What I want is ambition linked with reality, and if we know exactly what we're doing, we just got to get on and do it. Then that's an important message. Does anyone want to add anything else? Yeah, Rebecca.
Yeah, I would just echo. I think the idea of there is a possibility for distraction, right, from the work that needs to get done. If you're really focused on a big idea, you can actually distract from the fundamental issues that are there. I mean, so if you look at the issues that are related to mining, they've actually been the same issues really since mining has happened, right? In terms of waste disposal, water management, all types of, basically you can have a standard because it's not as though there's always fluctuation in what's happening at the mine site, right? We know what the issues are, we know what issues need to be addressed. And so it's actually coming in and saying, let's work on addressing all of the issues, not just the risk of the year that's sort of brought to the forefront by some disaster, but let's actually look at the full suite of risks, the full suite of challenges that come along with this extractive sector, and let's work on each one as we can to ultimately address them and have that rising tide where sort of all of the challenges and all of the issues are addressed, not just in piecemeal or not just with one big idea.
Yeah. Sarah, Maria, do you want to respond as well? Sarah.
Sure. So I just completely agree with Tyler, not surprisingly. And I think back to, Massimo, your earlier point about a new wheel being needed, just to connect these points, I think we've had the wheel, as Tyler is saying, but we haven't been using it. So we've been distracted by maybe some other wheels that are going on. But I think rather than a big idea, we have the big experience now that we've had in this current COVID crisis, sort of global campaign that's long overdue around racism and discrimination. There are all these different crises, the climate crisis that are happening, and it's just laying bare the fragility of the existing, economic systems. And it's very clear now that these were all built on very fragile ground, and that we need to reinforce what we've had in place. So that's, I think just the last reflection I would have. Maybe big idea, if I had to maybe throw one out there, is just to put workers on every corporate board. That would be a great experiment, and would love to see what comes of that.
Okay, Massimo, do you want to? Yeah.
I think it's time here's my impression, and I know this is partly not true, but the impression is we have the big idea in the EU 27, and it's about time you took it for a test road show into the rest of the world. And I know the OECD and IRMA have immense third country consultations, but there is so much of what we've talked about here that has been missing that element of, let's take it to third world countries. Sorry, my development economist professor is going to hit me on that one. Developing countries, we need to have this big idea agreed upon. And I don't think we're there yet.
And I suppose, Maria, you might say that, looking from European perspective, the Green Deal is a big idea into which a lot of this activity fits. So we want a green transition, but we want it to be fair and sustainable. So maybe that's the hook and the drive upon which we can hang a lot of this activity.
I would say that, yes.
Great. Fantastic. Just in the last part, And I'm don't feel any disappointment that you haven't come up with great new big ideas, because I was kind of partly thinking that we just need to roll our sleeves up and get on and doing some of this stuff. I'd like to bring Andy in if I can, Andy Endel, because you're part of the team that's nudging the resourcing project forward, and just the last few moments, I'd like a reflection from everything that's been said and some really great thoughts coming out of this last session. If we were to reflect back on the progress of the resourcing initiative, the 3-4 years of resource to create platforms for conversations, etc. And this may be a moment of reflection to think, okay, maybe we need to put more emphasis in a particular area. What I think I'll start with is just seeing if any of our panel would like to offer a thought about if they had a chance to tweak resourcing as a program. What would you throw in as being something it might emphasize that it's not? And then I'll use Andy as my test. He'll say, oh, we're already doing that, or that's very interesting. So I just wonder initially whether someone would like to come. You may not know that much about resourcing, but if you had a pot of European money to take this platform of conversation forward, what would you be critically hoping that it might actually achieve that is fresh and useful and fills a gap? Tyler, you're never short of an idea.
Or non-ideas.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of these platforms out there in the connecting tissue. So, I mean, we would love to see consensus-built recommendations to us on how we could improve our work and connect more with you. So, I mean, it's not brilliant, but, if resourcing were to build a consensus of saying, look, we would love the OECD to connect with the EU here and the EU to be different. I think someone needs to try to take that 30,000 view and build consensus around actions that different parties can take to integrate and build those synergies. And I think sometimes we try to play the role of the OECD, but as you know, we have sometimes different focus. We're a different political body as well. We have different membership. So maybe the resourcing panel is the place to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to immediately, you can either, like the wisdom of Solomon, you can sort of nod your head, Andy, or you might just want to, well, say a few words of encouraging reaction to what you've heard from Tyler.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler. I think I made that point clear at the very beginning in my presentation last day. Nobody remembers probably that we are kind of, the knit and the facilitator for a lot of players in this regard, and players actually who really have the resources to catalyzing change. And in that sense, we are already connecting to a lot of European Commission agencies. We are reaching out to international players such as the OECD to really make the actions, what we're doing, really very much in your action program and supporting the work that happens therein. And I think this is the way forward for us to really be influential, because we ourselves, we cannot do that, but really to kind of galvanize change in these organizations and support you on your work in this regard.
Okay, great. Rebecca.
So I would actually echo Masuma here in terms of how do we actually take and test this in the places where extraction is happening. And Andy, to your point about just saying you're here in terms of facilitating and being the connective tissue of the players that can make a change, what I would say is over the next 3 years, can you bring in more of those voices from outside Europe, where the mining is actually happening, where the sourcing is actually happening, so that the conversation then really does bring in what we've been emphasizing this whole time, the multi-stakeholderism. I think that would be something really important to see. And the speaker lineup yesterday with the communities, for example, was really fantastic. To see them continue in the conversation would be really important.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that. Bravo. Yeah, I think we were trying to really this balanced view of stakeholders in the sense of things we are usually missing out, that resourcing is the place to be. But I think most importantly, and we've touched upon this issue many, many, many times, that we are the kind of preachers who say we need to do things, but resourcing is also, I think, the platform for especially market players to make them aware that there is an agenda on responsible sourcing, that there is a place to be and a place to where we see value in the discussion, also value for new business models to also take on. And I think that is particular a field we would like to concentrate on, bringing other market players on board and seeing what's the value for responsible sourcing.
Okay, and maybe it's interesting if we looked at some of the panels and the conversations, if you'd randomly shaken up the pack, so it wasn't all the finance people discussing finance or all the front runners discussing front runners, but we actually mixed it up, might have had some quite interesting outcomes. So maybe there's a creativity of process approach that we tend to go to the experts who reinforce the expert view, valid though that is. How do we shake it up, and also shake it up so that some people have huge amounts of knowledge about some things, some less, but they are a very, very valid voice. So how do we create the space where we don't have experts dominating, but actually a small voice with a big impact is able to have a thoughtful conversation? So that's maybe one for moving us forward. Other thoughts, Sarah, I just come across you, whether you from the other side of the pond, whether you think this strange little project happening in Europe resourcing, what would you pump a thought into how it might be a sparkling jewel over the next 4 years?
Sure, that's a good cue. So I would say having those outside of the European context, which might be the starting point in terms of where movement's happening, as part of the discussion and talking about, how the action happening in a certain region affects their day-to-day work. And that's with civil society groups as much as government actors, which maybe the past 4 years or so haven't been at the table. Hopefully now we'll be coming to the table more and more. Investors, academics, even, making sure that implications for other regions, even those in global north countries, are at the table. And then, this won't be surprising given my participation in the last session, but just really making sure that the conversation is around the full value chain. So an observation that I've had in a lot of these discussions around responsible sourcing is there's so much talk of supply chain. And while that is such a focal point and needs to be in terms of severity of, human rights harms, we really do need to be looking across the full value chain and pushing regulatory regimes to have a scope that includes, financial actors in particular, and making sure that they're held accountable for their actions.
Great. Maria, anything? I mean, the European Commission through Horizon 2020 has been funding this, is funding resourcing, whether you just have an observation about the journey forwards. Just need to demute.
Yes, so I would just like to give you a good to support the work that you have done so far. I think that I'm impressed with your efforts and energy, and I'm looking forward to continue following your work and to continue talking to you about how to further improve the results and deliveries.
Okay.
So it's been a really good experience for me.
Great. Masuma, do you want to just, you're part of the sort of coordinating side as well, or have you got a reflection, a self-reflection?
For the rest of you, please be aware that Andy and I talk once a week at least about this project. So most of this communication is ongoing. I think one of the biggest challenges that we as a team, and Andy is the sensible sort of person on this team in so many ways, there is so much to be done, but we have already completed 1 year of this project and we've got 3 years left. We will not be able to do everything. And I think it's that central role that Andy and Alex at the University of Vienna play in keeping us on track and say, do what is doable and do it well, rather than we'll do this, because every other day I'll always go back and say, hey, why can't we do something on this? And I think it's Andy and Alex who keep the rest of us grounded and say, there is a project proposal, there is something we're supposed to do, let's focus on what we can do, because this is an area where there's just so much that one can do. So Andy, keep doing that.
Okay, so maybe do less, do it well. Focus, that's really interesting. Okay, we're really right at the end now. As I do, I'm just going to come around all of you. I feel a surge of hope and possibility. There has to be hope, otherwise we might as well just pack up and go home. So I just want literally a one sentence from you, just because I'm exhausted after a day and a half. And I'm quite worried in many respects about some of the things I've heard, and I've seen glimmers of good stuff and all the rest of it. For those of us who've traveled on this journey through this conference and will take us further, if you just had a one-liner really that maybe gave us a final thought or an encouragement, what would that be? Rebecca.
I would say it is possible, and that comes from many years of creating the standard, wondering if a mine would be certified, and it happened. So last year for us against the IRMA standard. So it is possible. It is happening. The sea change is happening.
Brilliant. Thank you. Sarah.
So I would take a token from Tyler and say that, you know, we've accomplished so much in the last 10 years. Look at how far we've come, and then feel hopeful about where we'll go in the next decade.
That's stolen your thunder, Tyler. Think of another one.
Sorry, Tyler.
Thank you.
Well, since I would say figure out who's going to pay. I think we've got a lot of the infrastructure in place, but and that touches also, now I'll steal from Sarah on her value chain point. We got to bring the banks in, the financiers, but we're on the right path. So I think we shouldn't also be hard on ourselves.
Okay, Maria.
I get back to my wind. Sail as fast and far as you can on the wind that we are seeing right now. We have major developments that were not there when this topic was announced in the call for proposal of Horizon 2020. So make use of that.
Great, Masuma.
More effort to make sure our concepts are not divorced from reality. So on the ground, implement, on the ground, implement.
Brilliant. Well, that's a great after dinner coffee round of discussion, some further thoughts and ideas. I shall be doing a little bit more of the washing up after this, so you as a panel are relieved of all those duties. But if I could thank you all very much for inspiring and thoughtful contributions and grounding us away from too many more big ideas. That's great. Andy, I really like to just turn to you at the end, not for a full reflection on a day and a half journey, but just in terms of how you move forward, and what people are likely to expect coming out from this particular conference, and any other final words that you'd just like to share. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And just for everyone, I was really fascinated by the discussions we had and all the inputs we got. So first of all, a very, very big thank you for the speakers, for the valuable contributions throughout the 1.5 days, for the panel moderators to keep us on time most of times, and for inspiring our discussions during the panels. And I think most important, our technical team, my team, Constanze, Noé, Angelo, Jasad, Alex and Heike, for keeping this all running, this infrastructure and this beast of a meeting actually that got into 2 months, 3 months of organization. And I think, Peter, for you, letting us not off the hook in terms of timing and giving us some inspiring ideas for discussion and for keeping us on track on this very dense program during the last 1.5 days. And I think most importantly, to all the people with us, we have drop-in, drop-outs. That's the nature of digital meetings. For all the participants who are chiming in, bringing their ideas, responding to other people on chat, being welcoming to anyone who's on this program or who has been on this program so far. And thanks a lot for being with us. And maybe a brief reflection on follow-up. So everything what we've been discussed will be on the resourcing website in the sense of PowerPoint presentation, the recording, etc. And all participants will be informed in a final thank you email that will come up in the next 3 to 4 days. And if you're more interested in resourcing activities, please get to our homepage, subscribe to our newsletter, go on LinkedIn, follow us on LinkedIn to really be involved with us during the next 3 years. And yeah, we will see it on the chat if it's coming up. And yeah, that's the last thing on us. And I think my final word for this will be fast tracking implementation. Yes, we are there to support any kind of actors in this area, and we try to liaise as good as possible and use the momentum that's currently going on, not only in Europe, but in the rest of the world as well. So that's my final word, and I'd like to go back to Peter for the final closure and your words. Thank you very much, everybody.
Andy, thank you very much. And thank you to you for your Herculean efforts. We are all navigating a new world, not only the constraints of coronavirus, and let us all hope that that will soon be a part of the past and we can move forwards, but also in exploring these new platforms that offer many ways of many advantages in terms of access, but also challenges in terms of real, meaningful human interaction. We're learning as we go, and my thanks also to the team who's silently kept the whole ship on the road. So we are right at an end. I'm sure you can stay for a few moments if you want to for chat. Otherwise, thank you all for your attention and for your engagement over the last day and a half. And no doubt we'll see you and hear from you as we carry the journey further forwards. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on which part of the globe you're from, and stay safe. Thank you very much.